The orange hit the polished floor of Whole Foods with a dull, wet thud. Then another. And another. They rolled. Those stupid, bright, perfect organic oranges I'd weighed carefully in my hand. Each one a luxury I'd allowed myself only because they were on sale. They orbited my feet like deranged, colorful little planets. Their trajectory marked by the shocked silence that had swallowed the hum of the grocery store. My fingers had simply opened. The brown paper bag, heavy with the careful, economical choices of a single week, had plummeted. A can of beans clanked against the tile. The lettuce, the Greek yogurt, the single chicken breast, all of it lay scattered at my feet. A pathetic still life of my life. Jake's face, tanned and familiar from 100 college parties a lifetime ago, had gone as pale as the milk now pooling near my shoe. His wife, a pretty brunette whose name I couldn't recall, gripped his arm, her eyes wide with the horrified fascination of someone watching a car crash in slow motion. Shit. Jake breathed, the word loud in the quiet. Ada. Oh, God. You didn't know. The words he'd spoken just seconds before. So casual. So conversational. Hung in the air between us. Sharper than any knife in the kitchenware aisle. So, when's the big day? You guys have been together forever. Wait. You're not still just dating. Are you? God. Ethan's such a perfectionist. He's been back stateside for what? 3 years now? Ever since he and Eden tied the knot and moved to Seattle. We flew out for the little ceremony on Bainbridge Island. It was sweet. You'd think he'd have made an honest woman out of you by now. He'd laughed then. A nervous, boisterous sound meant to fill the space. It had been the sound of a man realizing, a second too late, that he'd stepped not on a social landmine, but on the very foundation of someone's world. Didn't know what. Jake. My voice sounded strange. Flat. Like it was coming from the bottom of a deep, dry well. What exactly didn't I know? His wife pinched his arm. Jake. We're going to be late for the movie, she said. Her voice a strained chirp. She couldn't look at me. Yeah. Right. Movie. Jake ran a hand through his hair, his gaze darting from my face to the mess on the floor to the exit. A clear 20 yards away. It might as well have been the promised land. Ada. Listen. I'm so sorry. I just assumed. I mean, it's been 10 years. Right. He always said that you were back here, holding down the fort. I thought for sure you guys had. God. I'm an idiot. Look. I have to. I'm so sorry. He didn't wait for a response. He just turned. His arm still locked with his wife's. And they practically power-walked toward the sliding doors, disappearing into the soft, grey evening of a Boston Wednesday. I stood there. The store's Muzak version of some pop song swelled. An old woman with a cart carefully steered around my personal disaster zone, clicking her tongue. A stock boy approached tentatively, mop in hand. You okay? I looked at him. He was maybe 19. Acne scars on his cheeks. A look of mild annoyance tempered by corporate-mandated concern. My mouth opened. But no sound came out. I nodded. A sharp, mechanical jerk of my head. And bent down. My hands moved on autopilot. The lettuce. Its plastic bag now split. The yogurt container. Dented. The can. The oranges. I gathered them all, cradling the damp, soiled items against my chest. I didn't bother with the ruined bag. I just walked, my ballet flats making a sticky, shuffling sound on the tile, past the registers, out into the parking lot. The cold April air hit me like a slap. I found my car, a used Honda Civic I'd paid off 2 years ago. I fumbled with the key, dropped it, picked it up, Finally got the door open. I dumped the groceries into the passenger seat. They smelled of dirt and broken citrus. I got in. Closed the door. The silence was absolute. 3 years. He and Eden tied the knot. Bainbridge Island. Eden. The name echoed. Eden. I knew that name. Ethan had mentioned her. Of course. A fellow PhD candidate. Brilliant. From some wealthy Taiwanese American family. She's a shark, he'd said once. 2. Maybe 3 years ago. During one of our increasingly rare video calls. His face had been pixelated. The connection shaky. But her family has connections at all the big biotech firms. I have to play nice. It's networking. Ads. You know how it is. I'd known. Of course I'd known. I'd encouraged it. Network. Honey. Make those connections. It'll all be worth it when you come home. I'd pictured her as a serious, sharp-faced woman in a lab coat. A colleague. A shark. Not a wife. My hands were shaking. I clenched them on the steering wheel. The knuckles white. A logical, insistent voice in my head. The one that balanced budgets and meal planned and kept the panic at bay for a decade. Tried to speak. There's a mistake. Jake's an idiot. He always was. He got it wrong. He meant someone else. A different Ethan. But he'd said Bainbridge Island. And Seattle. Ethan lived in Seattle now. He'd moved there after his postdoc. For the job opportunity of a lifetime at some cutting-edge biotech firm. He'd been vague about the details. It's complicated. Ads. Lots of proprietary stuff. I'll explain when I'm settled. I'd waited for him to get settled. I'd been waiting for 10 years. The first tear was a shock. A hot, violent streak down my cheek. Then another. I didn't sob. I just sat there. In the dim glow of the parking lot light. And let them fall silently. My breath hitching in my chest. 10 years. 10 years of my life. Of our life. A decade measured not in anniversaries. But in wire transfers. In carefully calculated time zone differences for phone calls. In Skype calls paused mid-sentence because his internet was bad. In excuses for why he couldn't come home for Christmas. For Thanksgiving. For my 30th birthday. For my father's heart surgery. In sacrifices. I'd lived in the same one-bedroom walk-up in Alston for 8 years because the rent was cheap. I'd taken the bus long after my friends leased Subarus. I'd packed my lunch every single day. I'd foregone vacations. New clothes. Concerts. The gym membership I craved. I'd worked overtime at the architectural firm. Not for the promotion, which never came. But for the extra money that went into the Ethan Fund. My paycheck was a river that split in two, a trickle for my survival. A torrent that flowed across an ocean to a bank account in Zurich. Then to one in Cambridge. To pay for tuition. For rent in a city I'd never seen. For textbooks. For conferences. For the professional wardrobe he needed. For the laptop that died. For the unexpected administrative fees. I'd saved for 10 years. For us. For the future he painted in our late-night calls, the house in the suburbs with a yard. The 2 kids. The lab he'd run. The life we'd built on the foundation of my patience and his brilliance. And all the while, for the last 3 years, he'd been married. To Eden. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. My fingers, numb and clumsy, found his contact. It was still labeled Ethan 3 with a stupid heart emoji I'd added a million years ago. I tapped the call button. It rang. And went to voicemail. His smooth, recorded voice. A little deeper than in person. Filled the car. You've reached Ethan. Leave a message. Beep. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. I ended the call. I stared at the phone. It was 7:23 p.m. on a Wednesday. Where was he? At work? At home? Their home? Was he making dinner with her? Laughing about something? Was he wearing a wedding ring I'd never seen? A fresh wave of nausea. Hot and acidic. Rose in my throat. I threw the car door open and dry heaved onto the asphalt, gripping the door frame until the spasms passed. I had to know. I had to see. I drove home on autopilot. The familiar streets of Boston passed in a blur of streetlights and brownstones. I parked, left the ruined groceries in the car, and took the stairs to my third-floor apartment 2 at a time. The apartment was dark, neat, and empty. It always was. I flicked on the lights, my eyes going immediately to the framed photo on the bookshelf, me and Ethan, 23 and absurdly young, arms around each other on the banks of the Charles River. He'd just gotten his acceptance to Cambridge. My face was alight with pride, his with ambition. The inscription on the back, in his sloppy handwriting, floated in my mind's eye, "For Ada. My anchor. Wait for me. I'll come back for you. Always." I went to the small desk in the corner, the one I used for paying bills. I knelt and pulled a locked fireproof box from the bottom drawer. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I keyed in the combination, his birthday, and lifted the lid. Inside were the artifacts of my devotion. A sheaf of bank transfer receipts, paper and digital prints, going back to 2016. A spreadsheet I'd meticulously maintained. A balance sheet of our future. Columns for date, amount, conversion rate, purpose. Full tuition, 18,500. Rent deposit, 3,000. Conference travel, 1,200. New laptop, 2,400. The running total at the bottom, $284. 767. 18. Not just my savings. My inheritance from my grandmother. The bonus from the year I'd worked 80-hour weeks. All of it. Beneath the financials were the letters. The real, handwritten letters he'd sent in the first 2 years, before the emails and texts took over. I touched the top one. The paper crisp. I didn't need to read it. I knew it by heart. My dearest Ada. Every day here is a struggle. But knowing you're there, holding the light for me, makes it possible. I'm doing this for us. For our someday. I love you. I'm coming home to you. Always. Always. I whispered to the empty room. The word tasted like ash. I set the papers aside and opened my laptop. My email was a monument to one-sided perseverance. My long, newsy updates about work. About my parents. About the ridiculous things our old friends were doing. His replies. Growing shorter. More distant. More infrequent as the years wore on. So swamped with this research. Ads. The professor is a slave driver. Can't talk long. Sorry I missed your call. Time difference is a killer. And the lab schedule is insane. Things are good. Hectic. Applying for postdocs. The competition is fierce. Then, about 3 years ago, a shift. The emails became purely functional. Got the Seattle offer. It's the big leagues. Signing bonus is decent. Will help me get on my feet. He'd never sent any of the bonus. Of course. It was for relocation costs. Moved into the new place. It's a rental. But nice. View of the water. You'd like it. Work is all-consuming. This project could be huge. Might be radio silent for a bit. A bit that turned into weeks between messages. My birthday 2 years ago had been a text. Happy B-Day ads. Crazy deadline. Call you soon. He never called. I'd made excuses for him. He was driven. He was under pressure. He was building our future. I was the supportive one. The understanding one. The rock. I'd been a foundation. And he'd built a whole other life on top of it. I opened a private browser window, a habit born of checking his department's webpage for news of his publications. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Then I typed. The letters clicking like gunshots in the quiet apartment. Ethan Miller wedding. I hit enter. The results loaded. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. And there it was. Not on the first page, but on the second. A link to a wedding planning website's gallery. Not a public announcement. But not exactly hidden. Either. Password protected. But the preview image was visible. It was small. Blurry. But it was him. Ethan. In a perfectly tailored navy suit. Not a tuxedo. He was smiling. Not the broad, goofy grin I remembered. But a smaller, more contained smile. A man smiling for a camera. His arm was around a woman. Eden. She was beautiful. Not sharp-faced. But elegant. With sleek black hair cut in a chic bob. She wore a simple, stunning ivory sheath dress. She was laughing. Her head tilted toward his shoulder. They stood on a wooden deck with evergreens and grey water in the background. Bainbridge Island. The caption below the blurred image read, E+E. The beginning of everything. Thank you for sharing our day. The date was August 14th. 3 years and 8 months ago. I slammed the laptop shut. The silence in the apartment was deafening. It was the sound of 10 years dissolving. My phone buzzed on the desk. A number I didn't recognize. With a Seattle area code. I picked it up. Hello. A pause. Then his voice. Ada. He sounded tired. Annoyed. Jake just called me. Freaking out. Said he saw you. Said he opened his big mouth. The casual admission. The lack of any immediate denial. Was its own kind of knife. Is it true? My voice was a whisper. Ada. Listen. It's not what you think. Is it true? The scream tore from my throat. Raw and guttural. I'd never heard myself make a sound like that. Another pause. Longer this time. I could hear faint sounds in the background. The clink of glass. Soft music. A restaurant. A home. Their home. It's a formality. Ada. It's complicated. Her family. There are immigration things. Green card things. It's a paper marriage. A business arrangement. It meant nothing. It means nothing. The lies came so easily to him. They flowed. Practiced and smooth. For 3 years. My voice broke. A 3-year business arrangement. You married her. You stood in front of people and vowed to love her. Jake was there. It was a small legal ceremony. For the paperwork. It was the only way. Ads. Her father is connected. He pulled strings for my visa. For my job. This was the price. I'm stuck in it. I've been trying to figure a way out. But with the contracts. I couldn't tell you. I was protecting you. Protecting me? A hysterical laugh bubbled out of me. You were protecting yourself. You've been lying to me for 3 years. You've been married for 3 years. While I was here. Sending you money. Waiting for you. You were playing house in Seattle with your wife. Keep your voice down, he hissed. I heard a door shut. Muffling the background noise. He was moving to another room. Hiding. It's not like that. Eden and I, we have an understanding. We live separate lives. It's a financial and professional partnership. My feelings for you, that's real. That's always been real. This is just reality. The real world is messy. Ada. The real world. I repeated. The numbness spreading from my hands up my arms. A chilling frost. The real world where you took almost $300,000 of my life while you built a new one with someone else? That's not fair, he snapped. The annoyance winning out over the faux patience. That money was an investment. In my career. In our future. And it worked. I'm a lead researcher at one of the most innovative firms in the country. That's because of the degree you helped with. I'm going to pay you back. With interest. I just need time to untangle this situation. Her name is Eden. Your wife's name is Eden. Saying the word made me feel physically ill. Don't call her that, he said. His voice low and sharp. Why? Because it's true. Because it's complicated, he shouted. Finally losing his cool. I heard him take a sharp breath. Lower his voice. Look. I'm in the middle of something critical here. A merger presentation. It's a huge deal. My entire future is riding on this. I can't do this now. I'll call you next week. We'll talk. I'll explain everything. I'll fly to Boston. Don't you dare. I seethed. Don't you dare hang up on me. Ethan. You tell me right now. You look me in the eye and you tell me this is all a misunderstanding. I can't look you in the eye. Ada, he said. And the sudden, stark weariness in his voice was perhaps the first true thing he'd said all night. I'm in Seattle. You're in Boston. That's the problem. It's always been the problem. The distance, it changes things. It makes things possible. What things? I pressed. Desperate for the final blow. The one that would kill the hoping part of me for good. Necessary things, he burst out. You think I wanted this? You think I wanted to be 35 and starting over in a new city with nothing? Her family offered stability. A path. What were you offering? A one-bedroom in Alston and a stack of bills. You have no idea the pressure I'm under. The words landed. Each one a precise, surgical strike. I actually swayed on my feet, gripping the edge of the desk. He'd taken my sacrifice. My love. My 10 years of waiting. And he'd recast it as a poverty of ambition. My one-bedroom apartment was a cage. My steady job was a dead end. My devotion was a weight. I was silent for so long, he sighed. Ada. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm stressed. This presentation. Let's talk next week. I'll make time. We'll sort this out. There's nothing to sort out. I said. My voice eerily calm. The numbness had reached my core. You're married. You've been married for years. You lied. You took my money. You ended us and you didn't even have the decency to tell me. You just let me keep paying. It wasn't like that, he insisted. But the fight was gone from his voice. It was just rote now. A script he was tired of reading. Goodbye. Ethan. Ada. Wait, I ended the call. I held the phone, staring at the black screen until it reflected my own ghostly, pale face back at me. Then I placed it gently on the desk. I walked to the window, looked out at the dark street. The glowing windows of other apartments where other lives, real and unbroken, were being lived. I had built my entire existence around a ghost. A promise. A man who had ceased to exist the moment a better offer came along. The anger came then. Not the hot, screaming rage from the car, but a cold, deep, tectonic fury. It settled in my bones, heavy and absolute. It was clarifying. He thought this was over. He thought he could dismiss me with a "I'll call you next week" and go back to his presentation. His merger. His wife. No. 10 years of my life. $284,767.18. My youth. My trust. My future. He didn't get to hang up. I turned from the window. I opened my laptop again. I didn't go back to the wedding website. I went to a travel site. My fingers flew over the keys. Steady and sure. Boston, BOS, to Seattle, C. 1 passenger. Earliest possible departure. A flight left Logan at 6:15 a.m. It was non-stop. 5.5 hours. I didn't hesitate. I clicked. I entered my credit card information, the one with a limit I kept low. The one I used for emergencies. This qualified. I booked a basic economy seat. I'd pack light. Then I found the website for Etherian Biotechnologies. Fancy name. I found the team page. And there he was. Ethan Miller. PhD. Lead researcher. Gene Therapy Division. The photo was professional. Confident. His smile didn't reach his eyes. The address of their headquarters was listed in South Lake Union, Seattle. I wrote it down on a sticky note. Then I found a cheap hotel 2 blocks away and booked a room for 2 nights. The logical part of my brain, the survivor, was taking over. It was making a list. Pack bag. Charge phone. Set alarm for 3:30 a.m. Take Uber to airport. Confrontation. The word sat there. Blunt and terrible. Confrontation. But it wasn't just about seeing the shock on his face. Though I craved that. It was about seeing it for myself. The office. The life. The her. I needed the proof to be physical. Tangible. Real. I needed to touch the truth of my own betrayal. Or I would spend the rest of my life wondering if maybe, just maybe, Jake had been wrong. The website was wrong. The dates were wrong. I needed to kill the hope. Personally, I packed a small carry-on. Jeans. Sweaters. Toiletries. My phone charger. The folder from the fireproof box. I left the handwritten letters. I didn't need his pretty lies anymore. As I zipped the bag shut, the first sliver of grey dawn light touched the window. It was almost 4 a.m. In a few hours, I would be in the air, flying toward the ruin of everything I believed in. I sat on the edge of my bed, the bag at my feet. I looked at the photo on the bookshelf, the 2 young, hopeful faces by the Charles. I didn't cry. The tears were all used up, burned away by the cold fire now in my chest. I picked up my phone. I opened my contacts. I found Ethan 3. My thumb hovered over the edit button. I deleted the heart. Then, methodically, I deleted every text thread, every email, every photo of him and us that was stored in the cloud. I unfriended and blocked him on every social media platform I barely used. It was symbolic. It changed nothing. But it was a start. The Uber arrived at 4:15 a.m. I locked the door to my apartment. The apartment I'd lived in while waiting for a life that never came. I didn't look back. As the car pulled away from the curb, winding through the still sleeping streets of Boston toward the airport, the only thought in my head was a clear, cold, repeating directive: go look your ending in the eye. Rain streaked the taxi window in diagonal sheets, blurring the Seattle skyline into a watercolor of gray and glass. I'd always imagined the city as vibrant, full of evergreen and tech money sheen. Today, it just looked wet and indifferent. My reflection in the glass was a pale ghost, eyes hollow from a sleepless red-eye flight. My hands, resting on the folder of bank statements in my lap, were clenched so tightly the knuckles ached. The taxi dropped me at the corner of Westlake and Denny, in the shadow of Amazon's biospheres. Etherian Biotechnologies occupied the top 6 floors of a sleek, silver tower that seemed to pierce the low-hanging clouds. I stood on the sidewalk, looking up, the cold drizzle seeping into my jacket. This was the temple of his new life, financed, in part, by my 10 years of packed lunches and bus passes. My plan, if you could call the frantic, angry impulse that had me booking a flight a plan, was simple. Walk in, ask for him, see his face, Let him look at mine and know that the bill had come due. The lobby was a cathedral of wealth and ambition. Polished black stone floors reflected the intricate steel sculpture hanging from the triple-height ceiling. A massive living wall of ferns and moss softened one side. The air smelled of coffee, expensive perfume, and quiet power. People in immaculate business attire moved with purpose. Their voices a low, confident hum. I felt like a smudge on the glass. My damp jeans and tired sweater all wrong. I approached the vast, curved reception desk. 3 impossibly polished women sat behind it, their headsets glowing. I zeroed in on the one with a sympathetic smile. "Hi," I said, my voice sounding rusty. "I'm here to see Ethan Miller." Ethan Miller. In gene therapy. Her fingers danced across a translucent keyboard. "Do you have an appointment?" "No. It's personal. I'm an old friend from Boston. I was in town. Thought I'd surprise him." The lie tasted strange, but it slid out easily. She gave me a practiced, regretful look. "I'm sorry. Dr. Miller is in back-to-back meetings all day. I can take a message. Or you can try his mobile." I'd tried 12 times since last night. It went straight to voicemail now. He'd blocked me. "It's urgent," I said, injecting a tremor into my voice. "Family emergency. Please. Is there any way you can at least let him know I'm here?" "Ada Costa." He'll know the name. The name Costa worked where urgent had not. It was my last name. A name he'd never shared. It implied a connection the polished receptionist couldn't categorize as just old friend. Her professional facade flickered with curiosity. "One moment. Please." She turned, speaking softly into her headset. While I waited, trying not to fidget, a group of people emerged from the elevator bank, laughing. They were younger, dressed in the tech uniform of expensive casual, Patagonia vests. All birds. Designer glasses. One of them, a guy with a red beard, glanced at the reception desk, then did a double take. He nudged the woman next to him, said something, and peeled away from the group, heading toward me. "Ada," he said, his face a mix of surprise and genuine warmth. "Ada Costa? Is that you?" I stared, blank. He was familiar in a vague, out-of-context way. "It's Mark. Mark Sullivan. We met at Ethan's going-away party. Like a century ago. In Cambridge." The memory surfaced. Blurry. A crowded bar. Ethan's grad school friends. This guy. Younger. Lankier. Talking passionately about protein folding. Mark. Right. "Hi." I forced a smile. "Wow. Small world. Ethan didn't say you were visiting. This is awesome." He beamed. Then his expression shifted to something more conspiratorial. "Or, are you here for the surprise? God. You're a better actor than I am. I almost blew it when they told me." I froze. "The surprise? For Eden. Obviously." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Man. You're good. Playing it totally cool. Ethan said you were a rock. Look. I've got to run to a scrum. But the party's in the Skyview room. 6th floor. At 6. You're coming. Right. I mean, you're the guest of honor. Practically." The world tilted slightly. The polished floor seemed to sway under my feet. Party. The promotion celebration. For the Millers. It's the talk of the whole floor. Co-leads of the new CRISPR project. Power couple goals. Right. He grinned, oblivious to the tectonic plates shifting inside me. "Anyway. Gotta dash. See you at 6. Tell Ethan I'm still mad he didn't put me on the shortlist for the junior bioinformatics role." He waved and hurried off, merging back into the river of ambition flowing through the lobby. The Millers. Co-leads. Power couple. The words weren't just words. They were hammers. Each one driving a nail into the coffin of Ethan's paper marriage lie. The receptionist turned back to me. Her smile now tinged with a strange pity. Ms. Costa. I'm so sorry. But Dr. Miller's assistant confirms he is completely unavailable today. He's preparing for a very important event this evening. Perhaps you could email? I looked at her. At the sleek, cold beauty of the lobby. At the living wall that seemed to mock me with its vitality. An event. A celebration. For the Millers. The Skyview room. I said. My voice flat. 6th floor. Her polite mask slipped for a second. Revealing confusion. Yes. That's our event space. But it's a private, I know. I turned and walked toward the bank of elevators. You need an employee badge or a guest escort to access the floors, she called after me. Her voice rising in alarm. I didn't stop. I saw a group of people with lanyards and badges swiping into a turnstile. I fell in step behind a tall man deep in conversation on his phone. Slipping through the gate as it clicked open for him. He didn't glance back. The elevator doors were closing. I stuck my hand in, making them bounce open. A few people inside looked annoyed. I stepped in. My heart thudding against my ribs. No one asked for my floor. They were all going up. I pressed 6. The ride was silent. Punctuated by soft pings. The elevator was all mirrors. I saw a dozen reflections of a woman who looked like she hadn't slept. Her hair damp from the rain. Her eyes dark and frighteningly focused. I held the folder against my chest like a shield. The doors opened onto a breathtaking space. One whole wall was glass, overlooking the mist-shrouded Space Needle and Elliott Bay. The room itself was set up for a party, high cocktail tables. A bar being stocked by caterers. A banner being unfurled that read, "Congratulations Dr. Miller Dr. Miller, 2 Millers. Not Ethan Miller and Dr. Eden Chen. Dr. Miller Dr. Miller. She'd taken his name. Of course she had. There were only a few people in the room, event staff and a couple of men in suits setting up an AV system. One of them looked at me. Can I help you? Setup isn't for another hour. I'm looking for Ethan Miller. I said. My voice echoing in the large space. Think he's in the war room with Eden. Going over the pitch one last time. Down the hall. To the left. Big glass conference room. You with the AV team? I didn't answer. I just walked. My sneakers squeaking on the polished concrete floor. The hallway was lined with glass-walled labs and offices. People in white coats peered into microscopes. It was a hive of expensive, purposeful science. Science I'd paid for. I found the conference room. It was all glass. Blinds half drawn. Inside, maybe a dozen people were gathered around a long table. A presentation glowing on a large screen. And there he was. Ethan. He stood at the head of the table. Laser pointer in hand. He was wearing a navy suit. Not the one from the wedding photo. But just as sharp. His hair was shorter. Styled with product. He looked older. Harder. More polished than the grad student I'd last seen in person 5 years ago. He was speaking. Gesturing with confidence at a complex gene sequence on the screen. And beside him, leaning against the table, was a woman. Eden. She was even more striking in person. The sleek black bob. The sharp, intelligent eyes. She wore a cream-colored silk blouse and tailored black trousers. Not a lab coat. She looked like she ran the world. Which, in this room, she probably did. She was nodding as Ethan spoke. Then she interjected, pointing at something on the screen. He listened. Nodded back. A small, respectful smile on his face. It was the look of a partner. A real partner. I stood in the hallway, watching this silent pantomime of professional synergy, of a shared life. There was an ease between them. A familiarity in the way she touched his arm to make a point, in the way he leaned toward her to hear her quiet comment. This was no business arrangement. This was a collaboration. A union. A man inside the room noticed me. A stranger staring through the glass. He frowned. Said something to the person next to him. Ethan followed his gaze. Our eyes met through the glass. His expression didn't just change, it shattered. The confident facade of the lead researcher evaporated, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. The color drained from his face. The laser pointer slipped from his fingers and clattered on the table. Everyone in the room turned to look at me. Eden's gaze followed Ethan's. Her eyes, dark and sharp, scanned me, the damp hair, the old sweater, the death grip on a cheap folder. A flicker of recognition, then understanding, then something colder, calculating, passed over her features. She didn't look shocked. She looked, assessed. Ethan was moving. He said something hurried to the room, forced a laugh, and came striding out, pulling the glass door shut behind him with a sharp click that echoed in the quiet hallway. "What the hell are you doing here?" he hissed, grabbing my elbow. His grip was painfully tight. He tried to steer me away from the door, his body blocking the view from inside. I could feel the eyes of his colleagues on my back. I wrenched my arm free. "You said it was a paper marriage. A formality. Keep your voice down," he snarled. His face a mask of panic and fury. He glanced back at the conference room. Eden was watching us, her expression unreadable. He took a step closer, lowering his voice to a venomous whisper. "Are you insane? Coming here? To my workplace? Do you have any idea what you could do?" "I have a very good idea," I said, my own voice low and steady, a contrast to his panic. "I'm looking at it. Dr. Miller, Dr. Miller. Co-leads. A celebration. Doesn't look like a business arrangement to me. Ethan. It looks like a partnership. A life." "You don't understand anything," he said. But the bluster was gone, replaced by a desperate, wheedling tone. "This is for show. All of it. For the investors. For the board. Her father is on the board. We have to sell the unity. The stability. It's all part of the deal. The deal." I repeated. I held up the folder. Was I part of the deal? "Ethan, were my 10 years and my life savings part of your goddamn deal?" He looked at the folder as if it were a live snake. "Not here. Jesus. Ada. Not here." He grabbed my arm again, harder, and physically propelled me down the hall, away from the conference room, around a corner into a dimly lit alcove by a fire exit stairwell. The hum of the building's HVAC system filled the space. He released me, running a hand through his perfectly styled hair, ruining it. Okay. Look. You weren't supposed to find out like this." "How was I supposed to find out?" "Ethan." My control was slipping, the cold fury heating to a boil. "Were you ever going to tell me? Or were you just going to let me keep sending money until I died alone in that apartment, waiting for a man who'd been someone else's husband for decades?" "I was going to fix it," he insisted, his eyes wild. "The marriage, it's a contract. A 5-year contract. For her green card. For my position here. It was the only way her father would fast-track my visa and put me in this role. 2 more years. Ada. 2 more years and the contract is void. And I can file for dissolution. I was going to come back to Boston. To you. With everything I'd built here. I was going to give you the life I promised." He sounded so convincing. For a fraction of a second. The old, Desperate part of me that loved him wanted to believe it. Wanted to see the trapped hero. The man making a devil's bargain for our future. But then I remembered the ease in that conference room. The shared smile. The banner. The Millers. You're lying. I said. The words simple and final. You live with her. You work with her. You share a name with her. You're celebrating a promotion with her. You don't look like a prisoner. Ethan. You look like the king of the castle. It's an act, he insisted. But his gaze darted away from mine. We have separate bedrooms. It's a financial and strategic partnership. My feelings for you, that's real. That's always been real. This. He gestured vaguely toward the conference room. This is just business. Hard. Cold. Necessary business. The real world isn't like Boston. Ada. It's not playing house in a walk-up and dreaming. It's about leverage. It's about doing what it takes. The real world. I whispered. My real world was overtime shifts and savings accounts and saying no to everything so I could say yes to you. Your real world was taking my yes and building a lie with it. I'm going to pay you back. The promise was automatic. Hollow. Every dime. With interest. Once the project launches. My stock options alone, I don't want your blood money. The shout echoed in the stairwell alcove. I was trembling now. The folder crinkling in my grip. I want my 10 years back. I want the person I thought you were back. But he's dead. Isn't he? You killed him the second you put that ring on her finger. The door to the main hallway hissed open. We both turned. Eden stood there. Silhouetted against the bright hallway light. She had a leather folio under one arm. She regarded us coolly. Like a scientist observing a particularly volatile chemical reaction. Ethan, she said. Her voice was calm. Cultured. With no discernible accent. Your team is waiting. The dry run starts in 5. This situation is unprofessional. Her eyes swept over me again. Dismissing me as a problem to be managed. Not a person to be acknowledged. Ethan straightened his suit jacket. A mask of composure slamming down over his panic. Eden. This is Ada. Ada. This is Dr. Eden Miller. The name. On his lips. Was a punch to the gut. We've never been formally introduced. Eden said. Not offering a hand. Though I feel I know you. Ethan has spoken of you. The loyal friend from Boston. Friend. The reduction was exquisite in its cruelty. I'm not his friend. I said. My voice cracking. I'm the woman he's been stealing from for 3 years while he played house with you. Ethan flinched. Ada. For God's sake, Eden held up a hand. Silencing him. Her composure was unnerving. Stealing is a strong word. And legally problematic. My understanding was the funds were gifts. Investments in a promising future. Which she added. With a slight. Cold smile. Have paid off rather well. Haven't they? Ethan. He didn't answer. Staring at the floor. Eden took a step closer to me. She was taller than I'd realized. Let's be clear. Ms. Costa. Ethan and I are legally married. We have been for 3 years. 8 months. And, she glanced at a slender silver watch on her wrist. 14 days. We own a home together in Bellevue. We file joint taxes. We are co-leads on the most promising project in this company's pipeline. Our lives. Our finances. Our professional reputations are inextricably linked. Whatever fantasy Ethan has been selling you about contracts and future plans is just that. A fantasy. One that was convenient for him. Each word was precise. Delivered without malice but with a devastating, factual finality. She wasn't fighting me. She was stating the terms of my defeat. Why? The word was torn from me. Directed at Ethan. Why the charade? Why let me believe? Why keep taking the money? Ethan finally looked at me. And in his eyes, I didn't see love. Or even guilt. I saw a cornered animal's calculation. The money, it wasn't just for tuition. Ada, her family, they had conditions. For the arrangement. There was a marital assurance fund. A sum that had to be demonstrated. To show I wasn't just after a green card. It was part of the contract. I didn't have it. You did. The final piece of the grotesque puzzle clicked into place. The administrative fees. The unexpected tax bills. The legal retainer for his immigration lawyer. It had all been for that. A dowry in reverse. I had paid for the privilege of my own betrayal. I had funded the assurance that his marriage to another woman was legitimate. The humiliation was total. A black wave that swallowed the anger, leaving only a cold, vast emptiness. I had not just been a fool. I had been a utility, a bank account, a mark. I started to laugh. It was a horrible, dry, broken sound that bounced off the concrete walls of the stairwell. Ethan and Eden both stared at me. So that's it. I gasped. Tears of hysteria prickling my eyes. I wasn't just the girlfriend back home. I was the down payment. It's not that simple. Ethan began. But Eden cut him off. Actually, it is. She opened her folio, extracted a single sheet of paper, and held it out to me. It was a photocopy of a bank transfer slip. From an account in Ethan's name to one with Eden's name and a string of numbers. The amount was $85,000. The date was 3 years and 7 months ago. A month after their wedding. The memo line read, marital assurance, final installment. The terms were satisfied. Eden said. As if discussing a lab result. The contract was fulfilled. The marriage, however, has proven mutually beneficial beyond its initial scope. I looked from the paper to Ethan's ashen face. All the arguments, the justifications, the pretty lies, evaporated. The evidence was in my hand. My money, our future, had been the final installment on his marriage to another woman. Something in me snapped. The sound was sharper, louder than I expected. My palm connected with his cheek with a crack that echoed in the confined space. His head snapped to the side. A red, vivid handprint bloomed on his skin. He staggered back. More in shock than pain. A hand flying to his face. His eyes were wide with disbelief. You bitch. Eden didn't move. A faint, almost imperceptible eyebrow raise was her only reaction. I didn't say another word. I looked at him. At the man I'd loved for half my adult life. At the stranger wearing his face. I saw the shame. The fear. The pathetic, towering entitlement. The love was gone. Burned away. All that was left was a clear, cold certainty. I turned. I walked to the stairwell door. Pushed it open, and started down the concrete steps. My footsteps echoed. A steady, descending rhythm. I didn't run. I walked. One step at a time. Away from the life he'd built on the bones of mine. I heard the door slam open above me. Ada. Wait. We're not finished. Ethan's voice echoed down the stairwell. I didn't look back. I kept walking. I emerged on the ground floor. Into a loading dock area. The cold, damp Seattle air hit me. A relief after the sterile, recycled atmosphere of the tower. I walked for blocks. The drizzle turning to a steady rain. Soaking through my jacket. I didn't feel it. I found my cheap hotel. A bland chain a few blocks from the glamour of South Lake Union. The room was beige and smelled of artificial citrus. I locked the door, hooked the security chain, and leaned against it, sliding to the floor. The numbness returned. Deeper this time. I sat there on the scratchy carpet for a long time. The folder of bank statements damp in my lap. The sting in my palm had faded. Eventually, I crawled to the desk and opened my laptop. My fingers were clumsy. Cold. I went to Instagram. A platform I rarely used. I typed in Eden Miller. Her profile was private. But I typed in Ethan Miller. His was private too. But then I tried Ethereum and through tags. I found the company's page. And there they were. Not the wedding photos. Those were tucked away. But there were others. A company holiday party. Ethan in a suit. Eden in a stunning emerald green dress. His arm around her waist. Both holding champagne flutes. A charity gala. A hiking trip to Mount Rainier. Them smiling in matching Patagonia gear. Her head on his shoulder. A post from 8 months ago. From Eden's public professional profile, so proud of my husband and research partner. Dr. Ethan Miller. For his keynote at the Genomic Frontiers Conference. #Ethereum, #power couple, #science. There were comments. From colleagues. From what looked like her family. You two are goals. The ultimate partnership. When are you giving us nieces and nephews? I scrolled and scrolled. The blue light of the screen the only illumination in the darkening room. Each photo. Each comment. Was a paper cut. 1,000 tiny slices confirming the vast, sprawling truth. This was not a contract. This was a life. A celebrated, successful, intertwined life. My phone. Face down on the desk. Buzzed. Then buzzed again. And again. I flipped it over. Blocked calls. Then. A number I didn't recognize. A 425 area code. Bellevue. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later. The notification popped up. I played it on speaker. My hand hovering over the delete button. Ethan's voice. Strained. Hushed. Filled the beige room. Ada. Pick up. Please. Listen, what you saw today, it's not what you think. Eden. She likes to present a certain image. For the investors. For her father. The social media. The parties, it's all for show. We have an understanding. Look. I'm sorry about the money. I'll pay you back. I swear. Just, don't do anything rash. Don't talk to anyone. My career, this project, it's everything. You could ruin me. You could ruin us. The life we were supposed to have. Just, let me explain. Properly. Not here. I'll come to you. Just name the place. Tomorrow. Please. The message ended. A moment later. A text from the same number appeared. Unknown, name the place. We'll talk. You owe me that much. I stared at the words. You owe me that much. The last thread of anything. Pity. Nostalgia. Shared history, snapped. I didn't reply. I put the phone on silent. I closed the laptop. In the dark hotel room. With the rain whispering against the window. I finally let the silence in. It wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of a house after a bomb has gone off. When the dust is still settling and the scale of the destruction is just becoming clear. I had come looking for a confrontation. For tears. For shouting. For a dramatic end. I had found something worse, the calm. Administrative demolition of my entire past. I had seen the architecture of my betrayal. And it wasn't a crime of passion. It was a cold, calculated, and highly successful business plan. And I had been its primary, unwitting investor. I lay on the stiff hotel bed. Staring at the textured ceiling. The shock was receding. Leaving behind a new, unfamiliar landscape. It wasn't grief. It wasn't even anger anymore. It was a hard, clear, Focused void. A space where a 10-year dream had lived. Now empty. Waiting to be filled with something else. Something like a plan. Ethan was afraid I would ruin him. He was right to be afraid. But first, I needed to know exactly what I was dealing with. Not the lies he told me. Or the lies he told himself. The truth. The financial truth. The legal truth. I owed myself that much. The flight back to Boston was a 5.5-hour limbo. I sat by the window. Forehead pressed against the cool, vibrating plastic. Watching the endless blanket of clouds below. They looked solid enough to walk on. A featureless white purgatory between the hell I'd left and the, what? The emptiness I was returning to. There was no fury left. The slap in the stairwell had expended the last of that immediate, burning rage. What remained was a cold, granular exhaustion. And beneath it, a new, unfamiliar sensation, a sharp, calculating focus. The man in the seat next to me, smelling of airline coffee and too much cologne, tried to make conversation. Heading home or heading out? I didn't turn. Home, I said, the word tasting like a lie. Ah, business or pleasure in Seattle? I finally looked at him. He was middle-aged, with a kind, open face. Neither, I said, and turned back to the window. The silence that followed was thick, and he didn't try again. Home. The apartment in Allston. The place I'd lived while waiting for a life that was supposed to begin elsewhere. It would smell of stale air and abandoned groceries. The chicken breast and the yogurt I'd left in the car on a warm spring night were now, 2 days later, a science experiment in the passenger seat of a Honda Civic. The thought should have horrified me. It just seemed like a fitting metaphor. I didn't go straight home. From Logan, I took the T to Downtown Crossing. My carry-on bag bumping against my legs. The sky was a crisp, heartless blue, mocking the grey storm inside my head. I walked into the cool, marble-clad lobby of a building on State Street, rode the elevator to the 12th floor, and entered the offices of Schwartz, Cohen Associates, Family and Civil Law without an appointment. The receptionist, a young man with impeccable glasses, looked up. "Can I help you? I need to see a lawyer," I said. My voice was flat, stripped of all inflection. "Do you have an appointment with one of our attorneys?" "No. I'm afraid they're all in consultation or in court." "If you'd like to schedule," I placed the folder on his desk. It was the one from the fireproof box, now slightly crumpled, damp at the edges from Seattle rain. I opened it to the first page. The spreadsheet with the running total, $284. $767.18. I have been defrauded of over $250,000 over a 10-year period by a man who married someone else 3 years ago while continuing to accept my money and assurances of a shared future. I said, reciting the facts as if reading a police report. I have bank records, transfer receipts, and corroborating witness testimony of the marriage. I need to know what, if anything, can be done. The receptionist blinked. The polished, professional veneer didn't crack, but his eyes widened just a fraction. He looked from the number to my face, taking in the hollow eyes, the 2-day-old clothes, the absolute lack of hysteria. Hysteria would have been easier to handle. This was worse. "One moment. Please," he said. He picked up the phone. Spoke in a low voice. A minute later, a woman in her late 40s with a severe blonde bob and a sharp, assessing gaze emerged from a hallway. She wore a beautifully cut black suit and looked like she could argue with a brick wall and win. "I'm Maya Cohen," she said, extending a hand. Her grip was firm. Dry. "Come with me." Her office was all clean lines, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and a view of the common. It spoke of success, but not ostentation. She didn't sit behind her massive desk. Instead, she guided me to a small seating area with two elegant but uncomfortable-looking chairs. She sat opposite me, her eyes on the folder in my lap. "Start from the beginning," she said. "Leave nothing out. Especially not the parts that make you feel foolish or complicit. The law doesn't care about pride. It cares about facts." So I told her. All of it. The Charles River promise. The first wire transfer for his Cambridge deposit. The years of scrimping. The excuses. The dwindling communication. The administrative fees and legal retainers. Jake in Whole Foods. The trip to Seattle. The conference room. The slap. The bank slip. Eden's call. Factual demolition. The Instagram photos. I showed her everything, the spreadsheet. The receipts. The screenshot of the wedding website preview. The photos I'd taken of the banner and the conference room on my phone. I spoke for 40 minutes straight. My voice only wavered once. When I described the marital assurance memo line, I did not cry. Maya listened without interruption, taking occasional notes on a legal pad. When I finished, she leaned back, steepling her fingers. "First," she said, her voice calm and matter-of-fact, "I am so sorry this happened to you. What he did is monstrous. It is a profound, premeditated betrayal. You are not the first client to sit in that chair with a story of romantic fraud. But the scale and duration of this is exceptional." The validation, clinical as it was, loosened something tight in my chest. I hadn't realized how much I needed someone, anyone, to say it was real. It was wrong. It was big. "Second," she continued, "the legal path is fraught. You are not married to him. You have no marital contract. The money was transferred over a decade, mostly from your personal accounts to his, with memos like tuition, rent and expenses. In the eyes of the law, especially given the romantic relationship, these could very easily be construed as gifts. A gift, once given, is not recoverable." The cold focus in me sharpened. They weren't gifts. They were investments. In a shared future. He promised. He lied to get the money. Promises of future marriage or shared life, when not accompanied by a formal contract, are generally not legally enforceable. It's he said. She said. His defense will be that you were a generous, loving partner supporting his education, and that the relationship naturally dissolved when he moved on. The fact that he moved on before telling you is morally repugnant, but not necessarily criminal fraud. Proving fraud requires proving he never intended to have a future with you at the time you gave the money. That's a very high bar. What about the last 3 years? I asked, my hands gripping the arms of the chair. He was married. He took money from me while legally married to someone else. He lied about what it was for. That's your strongest angle. Maya acknowledged. The marital assurance payment is particularly damning. It suggests a specific, fraudulent intent related to his marriage. If we can prove that funds you provided were used to satisfy a condition of his marriage to another person, that moves the needle from gift to unjust enrichment or potentially fraud. But we have to prove it. A photocopy of a bank slip you saw for 30 seconds in a stairwell won't cut it. We need records. His. And preferably hers. What can I do? We can file a civil suit. Tortious interference. Unjust enrichment. Fraud. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. We can subpoena his financial records. And Eden's. And the records of their so-called marital assurance arrangement. We can depose him. We can depose her. We can drag this into the light of day and make it very, very expensive and embarrassing for him. Will I win? Maya looked at me squarely. I don't know. These cases are messy. Juries are unpredictable. They might see you as a victim. They might see you as a woman who made bad choices for a man and is now bitter. His defense will paint you as obsessive, unable to let go. They'll say you stalked him at his workplace, which, technically, you did. They'll say the slap was assault. They'll argue that you knew, on some level, that the relationship was over, and you kept giving money hoping to buy him back. That's not true. I whispered, the cold seeping into my bones. I believe you. Maya said, not unkindly, but my job is to tell you what the other side will say. And they will say it. Loudly and expensively. Ethan, from what you describe, is now a man with resources, a high-paying job, a wealthy wife, powerful in-laws. He will hire good lawyers. This will be a war of attrition. It could take years. And my retainer, she slid a fee schedule across the coffee table, is substantial. I looked at the number. It was a fraction of what I'd lost. But it was more than I had in my checking account. It was my emergency fund. The tiny cushion I'd managed to rebuild in the 2 years since the last emergency loan to Ethan. I can't afford a years-long war, I said. The reality of my poverty. The true cost of the last decade. Settling on me like a lead weight. There may be another way. Maya said. We file. We make a lot of noise. We send a clear message that you are not going away quietly. And then we see if they'd like to settle. Quickly. And quietly. It won't be the full amount. It might be 20, 30 cents on the dollar. But it would be something. And it would be final. Settlement. A buy-off. A transaction to end the transaction. The idea was repugnant. It felt like losing all over again. But the alternative, a long, public, costly battle I would likely lose, was worse. What do I need to do? I asked. First, we send a demand letter. A shot across the bow. It outlines our claims and our intent to sue. It gives him a short window to respond. Sometimes. That's enough to start a conversation. Second, you need to gather every single piece of evidence you have. Emails, texts, letters, cards, any written or recorded promise. The more you have that shows a pattern of solicitation and promises of a shared future, the better. Third, she paused. You need to brace yourself. This will get ugly. He will fight back. His family, his friends, his new life, they will likely close ranks around him. You need to be prepared to be painted as the villain in this story. I thought of Ethan's parents, Bob and Linda Miller. They'd always been kind to me in a distant, polite way. They'd thanked me for supporting their boy. They'd sent Christmas cards. Would they close ranks? Okay. I said. My voice sounded very small in the large, sunlit office. Send the letter. Maya nodded. I'll draft it today. It will go to his home address in Bellevue and his office. We'll give him 10 business days to respond before filing. She stood, signaling the end of the consultation. Go home. Ada. Get some rest. And start gathering that evidence. Your past is now your ammunition. Treat it that way. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it. But it felt like a museum of a life I hadn't actually lived. The air was stale. I ignored it. Beelining for the desk. I opened my laptop and began the digital archaeology of my own betrayal. I created a new folder on my desktop. I labeled it evidence. I started with email. I had years of it. I began to search. Not with my heart, but with a lawyer's mind. I searched for keywords: loan, pay you back, our future, when we're married, our house, investment, promise. The responses were damning. Dozens of emails. Spanning a decade. I'm good for it. Ads. Think of it as our first joint investment, in me. The ROI will be insane. 2015, once I get this postdoc, the first thing I'm doing is buying you a ring. A real one. You've earned it 100 times over. 2018, the money arrived. You're a lifesaver. I literally couldn't eat this month without you. I'll make it up to you. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. 2019, don't worry about the legal fees for the visa stuff. It's just a formality. Once it's sorted, we can finally start our life. No more oceans between us. 2020, a month. I now knew. Before his wedding to Eden, I copied them all. PDF'd them. Saved them to the folder. Then came the texts. Years of messages. Most from me. With his sporadic replies. I scrolled back to the period 3 years ago. The messages became even more infrequent. But the promises, when they came, were still there. Me, sent the transfer for the admin fee $2,500. Everything okay? Haven't heard from you in a week. Ethan, sorry. Swamped. Fee covered. You're the best. Almost through this tunnel. Light ahead. Love you. Light ahead. He was planning his wedding. I saved the screenshots. Then, I went to the box. The handwritten letters. I'd left them behind. Thinking I didn't need his pretty lies. Maya was right. They were ammunition. I unfolded the first one. The paper crackling. His sprawling. Hopeful handwriting. My dearest Ada. Every day here is a struggle. But knowing you're there, holding the light for me, makes it possible. I'm doing this for us. For our someday. I love you. I'm coming home to you. Always. Always. I took a picture of it with my phone. The sentimentality of the act at odds with the forensic purpose. I did it for every letter. I scanned the backs of photos. The silly cards he'd sent in the early years. A paper trail of promised devotion. I was knee-deep in this bleak catalogue when my phone rang. Not the unknown Seattle number. A number with a 614 area code. Ohio. Ethan's parents. My finger hovered over the screen. A part of me. The old Ada. The one who craved family. Who wanted to be loved and accepted. Wanted to answer. To hear a kind word. An apology. Something. I swiped to answer. Hello. Ada. It's Linda Miller. Her voice was tight. Strained. No honey, no sweetie, the diminutives she'd sometimes used. Linda. Hello. A long pause. I could hear Bob muttering in the background. We just got off the phone with Ethan, she said. Her tone was accusatory. He's devastated. Ada. Absolutely devastated. He says you showed up at his work and caused a horrible scene. In front of his colleagues. His bosses. The cold focus returned. A lens snapping into place. Did he tell you why? He said you'd heard some silly rumor and flown off the handle without talking to him. He said you embarrassed him in front of the entire company. After all he's accomplished. Ada. After all his hard work. The rumor. I said slowly. Carefully. Is that he's been married to a woman named Eden for the past 3 years and 8 months. Is that a silly rumor? Linda. Silence. A thick, telling silence. Then Bob's voice came on. Gruff and angry. Now you listen here. Young lady. What Ethan does with his personal life is his business. He's a grown man. He doesn't owe you an explanation for every decision he makes. He does when I've been funding his life for 10 years. He does when that decision was to marry someone else while leading me on. That money was a gift. Bob barked. You wanted to support him. He never forced you. He's a brilliant boy. And you were lucky to be part of his journey. Now you want to punish him for outgrowing you? For finding someone who's actually on his level? The words were a physical blow. I actually gasped. The air leaving my lungs. Outgrowing you. Someone on his level. This was what they'd always thought. The supportive girlfriend from the old life. Useful for funding. Not worthy of the finished product. So you knew. I said. My voice trembling now. But with fury. Not hurt. You knew about Eden. You knew about the marriage. We attended the ceremony. Linda said. Her voice quieter now. Defensive. It was a small, lovely event on Bainbridge. Eden is a lovely girl. From a very good family. She's a scientist. Like him. They have so much in common. And you never thought to tell me. While I was sending him money. While I was asking about his well-being. While you were sending me Christmas cards. It was a sensitive situation. Linda said. Her tone shifting to one of pained reasonableness. Ethan was in a difficult position. There were immigration complexities. The marriage provided stability. For his career. For his future. We thought it was kinder not to tell you until things were settled. We didn't want you to be hurt. Kinder. I repeated. The irony so bitter it choked me. You thought it was kinder to let me live a lie for 3 years. To let me drain my life savings for a man who had a wife. Don't you take that tone with us. Bob snapped. Ethan is our son. We support our son. He's building something real. What were you offering him? A dead-end job and a rented apartment. Eden's family, they've opened doors for him you couldn't even imagine. We weren't going to stand in the way of his happiness. Of his success. For the sake of some childhood romance. Some childhood romance. That's what my decade was to them. A phase. He promised me. I said. The words barely a whisper. He promised you. 2. You sat at our dinner table and said you couldn't wait for me to be your daughter-in-law. People change. Ada. Linda said. And now her voice held a final. Dismissive coldness. They grow apart. It's sad. But it's life. What's not life is this vindictive stunt. Showing up at his work. Threatening him? He said you hit him. He lied to me. He stole from me. He did no such thing. Bob roared. And if you try to spread these lies, if you try to damage his reputation, we will support him in taking any and all legal action against you. Do you understand? Let it go. Ada. For your own good. You're not a bad girl. You're not the right fit for the man he's become. Be an adult. Move on. The line went dead. I held the phone to my ear, listening to the dial tone. For a full minute. Then, slowly, I lowered it. The last, fragile hope for some external acknowledgement of my pain. For some parental figure to say this was wrong evaporated. The Millers had chosen. They had seen the better deal, the wealthy daughter-in-law. The powerful connections. The reflected glory, and they had taken it. My loyalty. My sacrifice. My love was the cheap, outdated model they were happy to trade in. I was alone. The loneliness was a physical thing. A vast, cold ocean. I was adrift in it. But in the center of that ocean, a small, hard island was forming. It was made of spreadsheets and bank slips. Of recorded promises and documented lies. It was the only land in sight. My phone buzzed again. A text. This time from Sarah. My oldest friend from high school. Who'd moved to San Francisco for tech. Sarah heard a weird rumor from Becca from alumni relations. Something about Ethan getting hitched like years ago. WTF. Call me when you can. Worried about you. I didn't call. I texted back. Me, it's true. He's been married for almost 4 years. I just found out. The 3 dots appeared immediately. Then stopped. Then my phone rang. Ada. Sarah's voice was soft. Then hardened with fury. That piece of shit. That absolute, colossal, world-class piece of shit. Are you okay? Where are you? Home. I'm not okay. But I'm functioning. Did you know? I mean, before. Were there signs? I told her. The whole story. The condensed version. The money. The Seattle trip. The slap. The lawyer. The call from his parents. I'm on the next flight, she said. Without hesitation. You don't have to, shut up. I'm booking it now. I'll be there tonight. Do not argue with me. Do not move. I'm bringing wine and Thai food and we are going to burn all of his pictures. Metaphorically. Or literally. We'll decide when I get there. For the first time in days. I felt something that wasn't cold fury or hollow grief. I felt the faint, warm ember of friendship. Okay. I whispered. Okay. Now listen. Before I go. Becca said something else. She said the gossip she heard. From someone who knows someone in Seattle biotech. Wasn't just that he was married. It was that he'd married up. Way up. That Eden's family is loaded. Like. Generational wealth. Venture capital. Sit-on boards loaded. The rumor was that Ethan didn't need a green card, he had one through his work. The marriage was about other contracts. Business alliances. Mergers and acquisitions of the personal variety. The information landed. A new piece of the puzzle. It made the marital assurance fund even more grotesque. If her family was that wealthy, why would they need an $85,000 assurance from me? Unless it wasn't about the money. It was about the control. About making him prove his commitment by taking everything from someone else. A test of subjugation. Ada. You there? I'm here. I said. It fits. Of course it fits. Sarah said. Her voice grim. He's a social climbing parasite. Always was. We just didn't see it because you loved him. I'm so sorry. I'll be there soon. Don't do anything drastic. Just breathe. I tried to breathe. I kept gathering evidence. I created a timeline document. Cross-referencing emails and transfers with the dates I now knew, the wedding date. The promotion announcement. The marital assurance transfer. Sarah arrived that evening. As promised. With a bottle of expensive bourbon, screw wine. We need artillery, and bags of Thai food. She took one look at me. Wrapped me in a fierce hug that smelled of jasmine perfume and airplane. And then held me at arm's length. You look like hell. Good. Now we fight. Over Penang curry and whiskey. I showed her the evidence folder. She scrolled through the emails. Her face growing darker with each one. He's a sociopath, she declared. A calculating, opportunistic sociopath. Maya's right. We need more. We need to know what he's really got. What they're hiding. How? I asked. The whiskey warming the cold hollow in my chest. Private investigator. Sarah said. As if it were obvious. My firm uses them for due diligence all the time. I know a guy. He's discreet. He's good. And he owes me a favor for some IT work I did for him. Let me call him. 2 days later. I sat across from a man named Leo in a bland coffee shop in Kendall Square. He was in his 50s. With a forgettable face and the calm demeanor of a family doctor. Sarah had briefed him. I handed him a manila envelope with everything I had, Ethan's full name. Date of birth. Last known addresses. His workplace. Eden's name. The screenshot of the wedding website. The address of Etherian. Leo skimmed the contents. His expression neutral. The goal, he asked. His voice quiet. I'm suing him for fraud and unjust enrichment. My lawyer says we need to prove the marriage was a financial arrangement that my funds facilitated. And that he has assets. I need to know what he's worth. What they're worth. I need to know if there's anything else. Other lies. Other debts. Anything that proves this was a calculated con. Not just a guy who fell out of love. Leo nodded, making a note. And the wife? Eden Chen Miller? Her too. Her family. Their relationship. Is it real? Is it a sham? I need to know what I'm dealing with. It'll take a few days. I'll start with public records, property, corporate filings, litigation, marriage license, then move to the deeper channels. I'll be in touch. He finished his coffee, slid the envelope into a worn leather satchel, and left without another word. It felt like hiring a hitman. But for the truth. The demand letter from Maya Cohen went out via certified mail. I tracked it. It was delivered to the Bellevue address and signed for by E. Miller. It was delivered to Etherian and signed for by a receptionist. The clock started ticking. 10 business days. The silence from Seattle was absolute. No calls. No texts. No legal response. It was a void. I went to work at the architectural firm, moving through the days like a ghost. I nodded in meetings. I corrected blueprints. I ate salads at my desk. My colleagues asked if I was feeling okay. I said I was fighting a bug. My boss, a kindly older man named Frank, patted my shoulder and told me to take it easy. The normality of it was surreal. A week after my meeting with Leo, an email arrived. The subject line was, "Preliminary findings, Miller Chen." My heart hammered against my ribs. I was at work. I closed my office door and opened it. It was a PDF. Concise and clinical. Subject, Ethan James Miller Eden Lee Chen Miller marital status, legally married. State of Washington. August 14, 2022. No prenuptial agreement on file. Real property, jointly owned primary residence. 17424 SE 42 ND Street. Bellevue. WA. Purchased 11/2022. Purchase price, 2.1 M. Mortgage, 1.5 M. Title held as Ethan J. Miller and Eden L. Chen Miller. Husband and wife. Employment, both subjects employed at Etherian Biotechnologies. He, lead researcher. Gene therapy. She, lead researcher. Gene therapy special projects. Public compensation data suggests combined annual salary $450K. Not including bonuses or stock options. Financial, publicly available E. Miller holds primary accounts with First Cascadia Bank, $85K liquid. E. Chen Miller holds primary accounts with Pacific Rim Trust, $220K liquid. Joint investment account with substantial holdings in Etherian stock, pre-IPO. Estimated value difficult to ascertain. Notable, Eden Lee Chen is listed as a beneficiary trustee of the Chen Family Legacy Trust, a Delaware-based entity. Public filings for associated holdings are complex but suggest significant wealth. Father, Dr. Charles Chen, is a named board member of Etherian Biotechnologies and several VC firms. Professional, subjects are co-authors on 7 peer-reviewed publications in the last 3 years. Co-inventors on 2 provisional patents filed by Etherian, gene editing delivery systems. Consistently presented as a professional and personal unit in company materials and industry press. Social Media Analysis, Limited. Both have high privacy settings. Analysis of shared contacts, tags, and group photos suggests integrated social circle. Multiple joint appearances at charity events, industry conferences, and recreational activities, hiking, sailing, fine dining, with other couples. No observable evidence of separate lives as claimed by E. Miller to client. Recommendation: financial entanglement is significant and deep. Professional partnership is genuine and highly successful. Social presentation is of a committed, unified couple. No evidence found to support paper marriage or business arrangement narrative as described by E. Miller. The marital assurance payment referenced by client aligns with common financial controls in arranged or advantageous marriages where one party lacks independent means, suggesting the funds were used by E. Miller to satisfy a requirement set by the Chen family, solidifying the marital union. I read it 3 times. Each time, a different fact stabbed at me. No prenuptial agreement. So in a divorce, she'd be entitled to half of everything he had, which, according to this, was substantial and largely tied to her $2.1 house. My entire life's output had bought a down payment on his real life. Co-inventors on patents. Their partnership wasn't just for show, it was productive, lucrative. They were building a legacy together. No evidence of separate lives. He'd looked me in the eye and lied. But the last line was the one that sat in my gut like a stone, solidifying the marital union. My money hadn't just been taken. It had been used as a token. A proof of commitment. To seal his bond with another woman. I had literally paid for his wedding. I printed the report. I added it to the growing folder. The evidence folder was now 2 inches thick. The 10-day deadline for the demand letter came and went. No response. Maya called. Silence is a tactic, she said. They're hoping you'll go away. They're consulting their own lawyers, who are undoubtedly telling them to ignore us. That we have no case. Next step is filing the complaint. It's more expensive. It makes it public. Are you ready? I looked at the folder. At the spreadsheet. At the PIES report. I thought of Bob Miller's voice. You're not the right fit for the man he's become. File it. I said. The day the complaint was filed in Suffolk County Superior Court. Alleging fraud, unjust enrichment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The story appeared in the business section of the Boston Globe. Not a big story. A blurb. Local woman sues former partner. Prominent biotech researcher. Over decade of support. It mentioned the amounts. The marriage. Ethereum by name. My phone exploded. Numbers I didn't know. Texts from people I hadn't heard from in years. Is this true? Oh my God. Ada. I always thought he was shady. I ignored them all. Then, an hour after the story went online, my phone rang. A 425 number. Not Ethan's new one. A different 425 number. I answered. Hello. Ada Costa? A man's voice. Smooth. Older. With an accent I couldn't place. Yes. My name is David Chen. I am the family attorney for Dr. Charles Chen. I am calling on behalf of Dr. Eden Chen Miller and, by extension, Mr. Ethan Miller. I said nothing. My mouth had gone dry. We have received your complaint. It is, of course, frivolous and without merit. However, my clients have no desire for a protracted, embarrassing public spectacle. They are prepared to offer a one-time settlement of $50,000 to cease this matter entirely. The offer is contingent upon you signing a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement, withdrawing your complaint with prejudice, and making no further public statements of any kind regarding Mr. Miller, Dr. Chen Miller, Ethereum Biotechnologies, or the Chen family. $50,000. For $250,000. A fifth of what he'd taken. Hush money. That is not an offer. I said. My voice surprisingly steady. That is an insult. Tell your clients my lawyer will be in touch. I hung up. My hands were shaking. But it was with a new kind of energy. Not grief. Not even anger anymore. It was the adrenaline of engagement. The battle was joined. I called Maya and relayed the offer. She snorted. Pathetic. A scare tactic. They're worried. Good. Let's make them more worried. That night, as I was organizing the evidence folder into binders for Maya, a new email popped up. From Leo. The PI. Subject, additional context, urgent. The body was brief. Client. In deeper dive. Discovered potentially relevant financial anomaly. In Q3 2023. E. Miller initiated a series of transfers totaling approximately $80,000 from a joint money market account to a numbered account in the Cayman Islands. Transfers were structured just under reporting limits. Beneficiary not clear. Purpose not clear. Could be legitimate investment. Could be asset shielding. Flagging for your counsel. Full documentation available. $80,000. Moved offshore. Last year. After he was already married. Already employed. Already living the high life. While I was still sending him money for student loan payments. I stared at the email. The cold, calculating focus solidified into something harder. Sharper. It was no longer about heartbreak. It was no longer even about the money. Not really. It was about justice. It was about making him answer. In a court of law. For what he'd done. It was about dragging the beautiful, polished lie of his new life into the glaring, unforgiving light. I closed the laptop. I looked around my small, quiet, beige apartment. The place I'd lived while waiting. The waiting was over. The fight had begun. I picked up the framed photo from the bookshelf, the one of us by the Charles River. I looked at our young, hopeful faces. I didn't feel a pang. I felt nothing. I took the photo out of the frame, tore it in half, and dropped the pieces of my former self into the trash. Then I opened the binder to a fresh page and began to draft a list of questions for Maya. The first one was, how do we subpoena records from the Cayman Islands? The rain in Seattle was a soft, persistent mist. In Boston, a week after the Chen lawyer's insulting offer, it was a driving, icy downpour that matched the storm in my head. The $50,000 settlement offer sat in my gut like spoiled milk. Maya had fired back a letter, calling it frivolous and unserious and reiterating our intent to proceed to discovery. The silence that followed was heavier, more charged. I was braced for a counteroffer, for legal maneuvering, for more pressure. I was not braced for the text that arrived on a Tuesday evening, as I was organizing the PI's report on offshore transfers for Maya. The number was unknown. The area code was 206. Seattle. Unknown, Ada Costa. This is Eden. We need to talk. Not through lawyers. Not with Ethan. Just us. Are you in Boston? I stared at the screen. The words not computing. Eden. The wife. The shark. The lovely girl from the very good family. Wanting to talk. Without Ethan. The very idea felt like a trap. Or a new, more sophisticated form of cruelty. My thumbs hovered over the screen. Go to hell. I typed. Then deleted it. What could you possibly have to say? Deleted. Curiosity. That lethal poison was already seeping in. What game was this? I settled on cold neutrality. Me, I'm in Boston. Why? The 3 dots appeared immediately. Then vanished. A full minute passed. Then unknown, because the man you think ruined you is also trying to ruin me. And I believe we have a shared problem. More importantly, I have information you need. About your money. Meet me. My heart thudded against my ribs. Information you need. The offshore transfers. Something else. Me, I'm not flying to Seattle. Unknown, I'm in Boston. At the Four Seasons. Tomorrow. 10 a.m. The lobby lounge. Come alone. If you bring a lawyer or a friend, I'll know. And I will walk. This is a one-time offer. Ada. She was here. The sheer audacity of it. The tactical aggression. Took my breath away. She hadn't asked. She'd stated, I'm here. Meet me. It was the move of someone who was used to controlling the board. I didn't sleep. I lay in the dark, turning over every possible scenario. It was a trick. Ethan had put her up to it to get me to drop the suit. It was a Chen family ploy to intimidate me in person. It was a trap to get me to say something they could use against me. Or, the tiny, treacherous voice whispered. It was real. What if she was as trapped as I'd been? What if Ethan was playing us both, Sarah? When I called her in a panic at 7 a.m. was unequivocal. No. Absolutely not. It's a setup. Do not go into that lion's den alone. You have no idea what she's capable of. She says she has information about the money. And I'm the Queen of England. She's his wife. Ada. Legally. Emotionally. Financially bound to him. Her loyalty is to protecting that asset. You are a threat to that asset. This is threat neutralization 101. Do not go. But the Pies report floated in my mind. No evidence of separate lives. And yet, her text, the man you think ruined you is also trying to ruin me. The contradiction was a hook. And I was caught. I have to go. I heard myself say. I have to hear what she says. I'll record it. I'll be in a public place. But I have to know. Sarah groaned. You're a masochist. Fine. But you call me the second you're out. And if you're not out by 10:30, I'm calling the cops and telling them a tech billionaire's daughter has kidnapped my friend. The Four Seasons lobby lounge was a study in quiet. Obscene wealth. Plush armchairs the color of sea foam. Low marble tables. Enormous floral arrangements that cost more than my monthly rent. The air smelled of lemongrass and money. I felt like a trespasser in my simple black trousers and a sweater that had seemed fine for my office but screamed discount rack here. I saw her immediately. She was seated in a corner, facing the entrance. She didn't look like a woman hiding. She looked like she was holding court. She wore a cream-colored Arc'teryx shell over a black turtleneck. Her sleek hair perfect. She was studying something on a tablet. A half-finished cup of tea and a tiny, perfect pastry on the table in front of her. She looked exactly like what she was, intelligent, wealthy, and utterly in control of her immediate environment. She looked up as I approached. Her gaze was a quick, comprehensive scan. Clothes. Posture. The bag on my shoulder. No smile. No greeting. She gestured to the chair opposite her. Ada. Thank you for coming. Sit. Would you like coffee? Her voice was the same as in the stairwell, cool. Modulated. Accentless. It held no warmth. But also no obvious hostility. It was the voice of someone beginning a business negotiation. No. I said. Sitting stiffly on the edge of the chair. I placed my bag on my lap. My hand inside. Thumb poised over the record button on my phone. You said you had information. Direct. I appreciate that. She set her tablet aside. First. A clarification. I am not here as Ethan's ally. I am here as a parallel victim. Though our circumstances and our losses are materially different. The architect is the same. You're his wife. I said bluntly. You stood by him in that conference room. You stood on a deck and married him. You live in a $2 million house with him. You're not a victim. You're a beneficiary. A flicker of something, impatience, crossed her face. The marriage was a strategic miscalculation on my part. One my family encouraged. And one Ethan was uniquely skilled at exploiting. I required a spouse who was academically brilliant but socially and financially unmoored. Someone whose ambition would make them compliant. Someone who would sign the contracts my father presented without reading the fine print. Ethan fit the profile perfectly. What I underestimated was his capacity for autopilot betrayal. He is not a passive opportunist. He is an active predator. The clinical analysis was chilling. She spoke of her own marriage as a failed corporate merger. You make it sound like a business deal. It was, she said simply, a deal where I sought a manageable partner for a fixed term. And he saw a permanent acquisition. The paper marriage he described to you? That was my original proposition. A 5-year union to satisfy my family's traditional expectations, while providing him with career acceleration. In return, he would receive a generous stipend and, at the term's end, a severance package and a clean, uncontested divorce. He agreed. Eagerly. She took a sip of tea. The marital assurance fund you so fortuitously uncovered, that was my father's idea. A test. He didn't trust Ethan's motives. He wanted to see if Ethan had any resources of his own. Or if he was purely a grifter. The fact that Ethan produced 85,000, you're 85,000, convinced my father he was a man of some substance and commitment. It validated the arrangement. My father saw a hungry but capable operator. I saw a man willing to bleed someone else dry to get what he wanted. Which was useful data. But I proceeded. It was, I thought, contained. She was confirming the worst of it. With a dispassion that was somehow worse than gloating. I felt sick. So you knew. You knew where the money came from. Not specifically. Not that it was a singular, decade-long savings of a specific woman. I assumed it was family money. Or savings. The provenance wasn't relevant to the terms. Its existence was. She met my eyes. That was my second miscalculation. I assumed a level of compartmentalization. I did not anticipate the sheer scale of the deception on his other flank. I discovered your existence. In its full, funded detail. About 18 months ago, I found the transfer records. The same ones you have. On a hidden drive on his laptop. He was cataloguing it. Like trophies. The word hung in the fragrant air. Trophies. My sacrifices. My ramen noodles and bus passes. Were items in his collection. Why didn't you confront him? Or tell me? The question was out before I could stop it. Confronting him would have served no purpose. The marriage contract had penalties for early dissolution initiated by me. Telling you, she tilted her head. What would you have done? 18 months ago. If I, his wife, had contacted you and said, your boyfriend is a fraud, would you have believed me? Or would you have believed his story about the jealous, controlling wife trying to break you apart? I wanted to say I would have believed her. But she was right. I would have thought it was a trick. I would have called Ethan. And he would have spun a tale about Eden's manipulation. And I would have believed him. I had been the perfect mark, loyal, trusting, and financially invested in the lie. So why now? I asked. My voice tight. Because your lawsuit changes the calculus. It introduces a variable he cannot control with charm and lies. It threatens the asset he cares about most, his professional standing. And in his panic to protect it, he is making moves that threaten my interests. She leaned forward slightly. Your lawyer's demand letter, and the subsequent complaint, scared him. But not in the way you think. He's not scared of paying you back. He's scared of the discovery process. Of what a forensic accountant might find when they look beyond the $85,000. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the lobby's air conditioning. The Cayman transfers. She didn't look surprised. So you found them. The $80,000. That's just the most recent. There have been others. Smaller. Over the past 2 years. Siphoned from our joint accounts. From a shared money market fund that was meant for home maintenance and taxes. Moved to an offshore entity I cannot trace and he will not explain. He says it's an investment. I believe it is a personal escape fund. He is preparing for a future that does not include me. He is stealing from me. Ada. Just as he stole from you. The world seemed to tilt on a new axis. Ethan wasn't just a taker, he was a hoarder. He was building a life with Eden's resources while secretly salting away a lifeboat funded by both of us. What do you want from me? I asked. A détente. And potentially. An alliance. The words were crisp. I can help you recover a significant portion of your money. Not through your lawsuit, that will take years and you will likely lose. As my family's legal resources will bury you. But through him directly. I can force a liquidity event. How? By divorcing him. She said it as if announcing a change in stock portfolio allocation. But he won't agree. The pretense of our power couple marriage is now crucial to his standing at Ethereum. Especially with your lawsuit casting a shadow. He fears a divorce would be seen as an admission of guilt. Or at minimum, instability. My father's support would vanish. He'll cling to this marriage like a drowning man. Even as he secretly moves money out of it. I need leverage to make him sign the papers willingly. Without a fight that would expose my own poor judgment to my family. I saw it then. The shape of her proposal. You want me to be the leverage. You want me to use my lawsuit to pressure him into giving you what you want. I want you to redirect your fire, she corrected. The lawsuit, as is a blunt instrument. It damages us both, him professionally. Me by association. It gives him a rallying cry as a victim. But if the discovery were to uncover, say, evidence of his systematic theft from our marital assets, that is a precise strike. That is something I can use. I can go to him and say, sign the divorce settlement I want. Or I provide Ada's lawyer with every piece of evidence I have of your embezzlement. And her civil suit becomes a criminal referral for wire fraud. He would fold. To save his skin. He'd agree to my terms. And my terms include a cash settlement for me. From that settlement, I can see that you are repaid. A significant sum. Not the full amount. But more than the insulting $50,000 my father's lawyer offered. Perhaps $200,000. $200,000. It was a life-changing sum. It was a down payment on a real future. A future without him. It was also blood money from a different vein. Offered by a woman I had every reason to despise and distrust. You want me to be your weapon. I said slowly. You want to use my pain and my lawsuit to do your dirty work. To get you out of a bad marriage with the maximum payout. And you'll throw me a bone on your way out. I am offering you a path to meaningful restitution that the court will not provide, she said. Unflinching. And yes, it serves my ends. This is not a charity. It is a mutually beneficial strategy. You get money and closure. I get my freedom and a financial penalty for his betrayal. He loses. That, I would think, is an outcome that appeals to you. It did. God. It did. The thought of Ethan cornered. Forced to pay. His perfect new life dismantled. It was a dark, sweet fantasy. But the cost was allying with Eden. Trusting Eden. Why should I believe you won't double-cross me? You get your divorce. You get your money. And you and Ethan reconcile once I'm out of the picture. Laughing at the stupid girl from Boston you played together. For the first time. A genuine emotion broke through her calm facade. It was a flash of profound, icy contempt. The thought of sharing a zip code with that man. Let alone a life. After what I now know he is capable of. Makes me physically ill. He is a psychological parasite. He fed on your devotion for sustenance. He feeds on my family's capital for status. I do not want him. I want him gone. And I want him to pay for the time and resources he has wasted. My offer is not born of altruism, Ada. It is born of a highly calibrated sense of justice and self-interest. Our interests. For this specific purpose. Align. She reached into her bag and pulled out a single sheet of paper. It was a bank statement. A joint account in their names. She pointed to a series of 3 outgoing transfers. Highlighted in yellow. 25. 000. 30. 000. $25. 000. All within a 2-week period last October. The destination was a string of numbers, an account in the Cayman Islands. This is yours, she said. Sliding it across the table. A down payment on my good faith. Your lawyer can verify it. Use it as you see fit. It proves the pattern. It is more tangible than anything you have. I looked at the paper. It was real. It was evidence. It was a lure. What do you need from me? I asked. My resistance crumbling. 2 things. First, you instruct your lawyer to subpoena these specific account records from First Cascadia Bank. The request will come from you. It will be part of your discovery. It will not trace back to me. It will force the transfers into the legal record. Second, you wait. Once the discovery response comes in, showing his theft, I will move. I will present him with the divorce agreement and the ultimatum. When he signs, and the funds are transferred to me, I will wire you $200,000. The transfer will be from a newly established trust, untraceable to you or to this conversation. A final settlement. And if he doesn't sign, if he fights, then we are both where we are now, but with stronger ammunition. You proceed with your lawsuit, armed with evidence of his hidden assets. I proceed with a far more contentious divorce, armed with the same. But he will sign. His instinct for self-preservation will override his greed. He is, at his core, a coward. I picked up the bank statement. The numbers swam before my eyes. This was the devil offering a contract. But the devil had evidence. And a plan. And the resources to make him pay in a way I never could alone. I need to think, I said. Standing up. My legs felt unsteady. Of course. Eden said. Gathering her tablet. But don't think too long. He is panicking. And a panicked Ethan is an unpredictable one. He may do something reckless. Text this number with your answer. A simple yes or no. If it's no, we never had this conversation. And I wish you the best of luck in your futile legal battle. She stood. Smooth and effortless. For what it's worth. I am sorry. Not for my role in it, I was a party to the transaction. But for your lost decade. It was a terrible waste of a loyal heart. She walked away, leaving me standing by the seafoam chair, a damning piece of paper in my hand and a vortex of conflict in my chest. The scent of her perfume, something clean and expensive, like frozen roses, lingered in the air. I didn't call Sarah right away. I walked through the public garden. The rain having softened to a miserable drizzle. The bank statement folded and clutched in my damp hand. I passed the make way for duckling statues. The happy bronze children following their mother. A progression. A future. Everything I thought I was building. Eden's offer was pragmatic, brutal, and likely effective. It was also a moral quagmire. Could I make a deal with the woman who had benefited from my destruction? Could I trust her? But was trusting the legal system? A system stacked in favor of people with money and connections like Ethan and the Chens. Any better? My phone buzzed. Sarah. Well. Are you alive? Do I need to send a SWAT team? I called her. Sitting on a wet bench, watching the grey swan boats huddle in the pond. I told her everything. Eden's clinical recap. The Kaiman evidence. The offer. Sarah listened in stunned silence. When I finished, she let out a long, low whistle. Jesus. She's ice cold. This is like a spy thriller. What do I do? Sarah, what did Maya say about the offshore transfers? She said it's a good find. Makes him look shady. Helps our pattern of deception argument. But piercing corporate veils in the Caimans is virtually impossible without immense resources. Right. So Eden is offering you a backdoor. She's got the resources. She's basically offering to be your inside man. Or inside ice queen. Can I trust her? Hell no. Sarah said immediately. But you don't have to trust her. You have to trust her self-interest. And her self-interest is laser-focused on cutting Ethan out of her life with minimal damage to herself. Your lawsuit is a grenade in her living room. She wants to defuse it and use the pin to stab him in the eye. It's a mutually assured destruction pact. Those can be very stable. So you think I should do it? I think, Sarah sighed. I think you should talk to Maya. Lay it out. Not the alliance part. But the new evidence. See what she says. But Ada, this is playing with fire. This woman is not your friend. The second it serves her purpose to throw you under the bus, she will. I knew that. I knew it in my bones. But the temptation, the image of Ethan. Forced to choose between a public fraud conviction and signing away his claim to Eden's world. Of him having to pay me not out of court-ordered penalty but out of sheer, desperate panic. It was a powerful drug. I went to Maya's office that afternoon. I showed her the bank statement Eden had given me. I didn't say how I got it. I said a source with access to the joint accounts had provided it. Maya's eyes lit up. This is excellent. This is a smoking gun for the unjust enrichment claim. It shows active deception and asset hiding during the period he was still soliciting funds from you. This isn't just about the past money, it's about his ongoing financial conduct. We can absolutely subpoena these records. A judge will grant it. This could compel him to repatriate those funds. And if he doesn't, or if we can't find them, then he's in contempt. It strengthens our hand for settlement exponentially. She looked at me. How did you get this? Ada. Does it matter? It's real. You can verify it. She studied me for a long moment. Be careful. Sometimes sources have their own agendas. Don't get played. Too late. I thought. That night. In the silence of my apartment. I stared at the unknown number in my phone. The devil's number. I thought of 10 years of my life. Reduced to a negotiation between a betrayed woman and a disappointed CEO's daughter. I thought of the $200,000. It was a ticket out. Out of this apartment. Out of the life of scarcity. It was a seed for a new life. One I built for myself. I also thought of the principle. Of standing in a courtroom and saying, this man wronged me, and having a judge or a jury say, you're right. But Maya's words echoed. You will likely lose. Eden's words echoed. A futile legal battle. My finger hovered. This was the choice. The messy, public, principled fight I would probably lose. Or the cold, private, pragmatic deal that would give me a tangible piece of my life back. I took a deep breath. And I texted one word. Yes. The response was immediate. Unknown, smart. Send your lawyer the subpoena request for First Cascadia. Account #7744-9021. For the period 11/23/12/31/23. I'll be in touch. No thank you. No we'll win. Just instructions. The partnership. Such as it was. was sealed. A week later, the subpoena was filed. The news of the expanded discovery request, specifically targeting Ethan's personal account for evidence of hidden transfers, must have hit him like a torpedo. Because 2 days after that, he finally broke his silence with me. Not with a lawyer, not with a call. He showed up at my apartment. It was a Sunday evening. I was in sweatpants, eating cereal for dinner, reviewing cooking school brochures I'd guiltily picked up, a tiny, fragile dream of building something with my own hands. The buzzer from the front door startled me. No one ever buzzed. I went to the intercom. Yes. Ada. It's me. We need to talk. Now. Ethan's voice. Raw. Strained. Vibrating with a tension I'd never heard before. My blood ran cold. How did you get this address? My number was one thing. My apartment building, let me in. Ada. Or I'll start shouting. I don't think you want your neighbors to hear this. The threat was pathetic, but effective. The last thing I needed was a scene. I pressed the buzzer to unlock the outer door. A minute later, there was a pounding on my apartment door. I opened it, leaving the chain on. He looked terrible. His eyes were bloodshot. His face pale and stubbled. He'd lost the polished sheen of the Seattle executive. He looked like a man on the edge. He was holding a manila envelope. Take the chain off, he demanded. Say what you came to say. He glared at me through the gap. You're digging your own grave. And mine. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Those subpoenas. Do you know who you're messing with? The Chen family will destroy you. They'll bury you in legal fees until you're living on the street. Are you here to deliver a threat from your father-in-law, Ethan? Or is this your own material? This is a warning, he spat. Drop the subpoena. Drop the lawsuit. Take the settlement David offered. It's more than you deserve. I deserve every penny I sent you. Plus interest. Plus compensation for the fraud. I said, my voice cold. And now I know you've been stealing from your wife. too. You're not just a liar. You're a thief. His face contorted with rage. She talked to you. That bitch. I knew it. What did she tell you? What lies did she spin? She gave me facts. Bank statements. Proof. She's setting you up. She's using you to get out of our marriage without paying the exit penalty. She's playing you. Ada. She's 1,000 times smarter and more ruthless than you could ever be. Then we have that in common. I shot back. Being played by you. He slammed his hand against the doorframe, making me jump. God damn it. Ada. Listen to me. You cannot win this. If you push this. If you expose those transfers. Her family will close ranks. They'll protect their own. They'll make it look like you put me up to it. Like you and I were conspiring to defraud her. They have the lawyers. The PR firms. The judges. You will be the gold-digging ex from the past who tried to blackmail her way into our marriage. Is that what you want? The sheer, breathtaking gall of it. The instant, fluid way he constructed a new, even more sinister narrative, left me speechless. He was already rewriting reality, casting himself as the victim of a conspiracy between the scorned girlfriend and the manipulative wife. Get out. I whispered. Not until you agree, he shouted. He shoved the manila envelope through the gap in the door. It fell to the floor. There. A cashier's check. $475,000. That's it. That's the final offer. You take it. You sign the NDA. You withdraw everything. And you walk away. Or I swear to God, I will make what's left of your life a living hell. I looked down at the envelope. $75,000. A raise from his father-in-law's lawyer. Still an insult. Still a fraction. I looked back at his face. twisted with a fear that had curdled into aggression. This was the real Ethan. Not the charming scholar. Not the ambitious researcher. This was the cornered rat. Teeth bared. Willing to bite anything to get free. All doubt vanished. Any lingering fragment of love or pity evaporated. Eden was right. He was a coward and a predator. And he was terrified. I slowly, deliberately, unchained the door. I opened it fully. He took a step back. Surprised. I bent down. Picked up the envelope. I didn't open it. I held it in both hands. And then, looking him directly in the eye, I tore it in half. Slowly. The sound of ripping paper was loud in the hallway. His face went from red to white. "You stupid bitch," he breathed. "Get out of my building," I said, my voice low and steady. "Or I will call the police and have you arrested for trespassing and harassment. And I will tell them my estranged, fraudulent ex-boyfriend, who is also accused of embezzling from his wife, is threatening me at my home. I wonder how that will play in the Seattle Times business section." For a second, I thought he might actually hit me. His hand twitched at his side. His whole body coiled. The violence in the air was a live wire. I didn't flinch. I held his gaze. The torn check halves in my hand. With a sound of pure, inarticulate fury, he turned and stalked down the hall, his footsteps pounding on the tired linoleum. I waited until I heard the outer door slam shut. Then I closed my door, locked it, refastened the chain, and slid down to the floor, my whole body trembling. The confrontation had lasted less than 5 minutes. It had drained me more than the flight to Seattle. The envelope halves lay on the floor. I picked one up. The check was visible. $75. 000. Made out to Ada Costa. It was real money. It could have changed things. I tore the halves into smaller pieces. Then smaller still. Until they were confetti. I flushed them down the toilet, watching the swirl of water carry the shredded remnants of his bribe away. Then I called the non-emergency police number. I reported a man, Ethan Miller, had come to my address, obtained unlawfully, had pounded on my door, shouted threats, and attempted to intimidate me into dropping a legal action. I filed a report. The officer was polite, took the information, said they'd send a car by periodically. It was a gesture, but it created a paper trail. Another piece of evidence. After I hung up, I texted Eden. He was here. Threatened me. Offered $75K to drop everything. I tore up the check. Filed police report. Subpoena stands. Her reply came an hour later. Good. The pressure is working. He's desperate. Stand firm. I looked around my quiet, beige apartment. The battlefield was no longer in Seattle or in a courtroom. It was here. In my home. In my mind. I had made a deal with a woman I didn't trust. Enraged a man who was now unhinged. And turned down more money than I'd seen in my life. I felt more alone than ever. But for the first time, the loneliness wasn't passive. It wasn't about waiting. It was about holding the line. I was in the fight. And I was, finally, fighting for myself. The sound of knocking, when it came 3 nights later, was different. It wasn't the frantic pounding of Ethan's first visit. It was soft, hesitant, persistent. Tap tap tap. Pause. Tap tap tap. I was on the floor of my living room, surrounded by Maya's legal binders and the scattered brochures for culinary programs. I'd been trying to lose myself in the chemistry of bechamel and the geometry of puff pastry. A quiet rebellion against the ugliness of my reality. The knocking froze me. It was past 10 p.m. The police drive-by had happened at 9:30. A fleeting flash of blue light that had offered little comfort. I crept to the door. My heart a trapped bird against my ribs. I didn't look through the peephole. I knew. The rhythm. The tentative quality, it was a different kind of threat. Ada, please. It's me. I'm alone. I'm not here to fight. Ethan's voice, muffled by the wood, was unrecognizable. It was stripped of arrogance, of anger. It was ragged, pleading. The sound of it, that false vulnerability, was somehow more frightening than his rage. I didn't answer. I leaned my forehead against the cool paint of the door, my hand resting on the deadbolt. I know you're there. I can see the light under the door. Please. Just let me talk. 5 minutes. I'll stay out here. You don't have to let me in. Just listen. The silence stretched. The city hummed distantly outside. Inside, the only sound was my own shallow breathing. Every instinct screamed to ignore him, to call the police, to retreat. But another part, the part that had spent a decade trying to understand him, the part that was still a detective in the mystery of her own ruin, was morbidly curious. What new lie was this? What performance? And then, a thought, cold and clear as the legal strategies in the binders at my feet, surfaced. Evidence. Maya wanted patterns. A recorded promise. A confession. Eden wanted leverage. What if he gave it to me? I picked up my phone from the coffee table. Opened the voice memo app. Set it to record. I placed its screen down on the small table by the door, half hidden behind a ceramic bowl for keys. I took a deep, steadying breath, trying to slow my heartbeat. I needed to be calm. I needed to be a conductor, guiding this conversation to the truth. I unlocked the door. I opened it just enough to see him, leaving the chain engaged. He looked worse than he had 3 days ago. The stubble was now a proper beard, patchy and unkempt. His eyes were hollow, red-rimmed. He wore a wrinkled Patagonia fleece and jeans, the uniform of a man who'd been on a long, uncomfortable flight. He held no envelope. He held nothing. His hands hung limply at his sides. When he saw me through the crack, his shoulders slumped. Not in defeat, but in a practiced posture of abject misery. Ada, he breathed, the word thick with what sounded like genuine emotion. Thank you. Thank you for opening the door. You have 5 minutes. I said, my voice flat. Say what you came to say. Can I come in? Just to sit. I'm so tired. Ads. I haven't slept in days. Ads. The old nickname. A calculated tug at the past. No. Say it here. He nodded, as if he'd expected nothing less. He leaned a shoulder against the doorframe, his head hanging. The picture of dejection. I'm sorry. For the other night. For everything I said. I was terrified. I am terrified. What you're doing, it's not just a lawsuit. It's a wrecking ball aimed at my life. You aimed it first. Ethan. You built your life on a lie and used my money for the foundation. I know. He looked up, and his eyes glittered with unshed tears. Tears. I know that now. I've been in a cage. Ada. 4 years. You have to understand. The marriage to Eden, it was never my choice. It was a condition. Her father, Charles Chen, he doesn't make offers. He makes decrees. When I got the job at Etherian, he called me into his office. He said the position, the visa, the funding for my research, it was all contingent on marrying his daughter. She was difficult, headstrong. He wanted her settled with someone he could control, someone whose career he held in his hand. The story flowed. Smooth and tragic. The imprisoned prince. It was a masterful redirect, shifting the blame from his greed to a faceless, powerful patriarch. It was almost believable. You had a choice, I said, keeping my tone neutral, probing. You could have said no. You could have come home. To what? The question burst out of him, sharp with a bitterness that felt real. To my student debt. To a postdoc that paid nothing. To a life of struggling while I watched my peers fly past me. This was the big leagues. Ada. This was everything I'd worked for. Everything we'd worked for. Handed to me on a silver platter. The only price was a piece of paper. A legal formality. I told myself it was for us. That I'd do my time. Get the experience. The credentials. The network. And then I'd get out. I'd come back to you with everything I promised and more. He was good. So good. The tears traced clean paths through the grime of travel on his cheeks. But it wasn't a piece of paper. Was it? I asked. Feeding the narrative. Wanting him to dig his own hole deeper. You lived with her. You bought a house. You became the Millers. A show, he insisted. His voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. All of it. For him. For the investors. Eden, she's as trapped as I am. She plays the part for her father. We had an agreement. Separate lives under one roof. A business partnership. I thought I could manage it. I thought I could keep you separate. Keep you safe. Keep our future alive in my heart while I went through the motions. The $85,000, I said, shifting the topic subtly. My money. The marital assurance. Was that part of the show? He flinched. His mask slipping for a microsecond. Then the pained expression returned. That was his test. He didn't trust that I wasn't just a gold digger. He demanded a show of financial stability. Of commitment. I didn't have it. I had nothing. Except what you'd given me. I had to use it. Ada. It was the only way through the gate. I told myself it was just borrowing it. That I'd replace it 10 times over when I could. I was saving us. The audacity was breathtaking. He was repackaging his theft as a strategic loan for our future. I felt a hot surge of nausea but kept my face impassive. And the other money? The transfers to the Cayman Islands? Was that saving us too? All color drained from his face. The performance stalled. The tears stopped. His eyes, suddenly sharp and frightened, locked onto mine. What did you say? The $80,000. From your joint account with your wife. Moved offshore last year. What was that for? Ethan. Building our dream house. He stared at me. His breath coming in short. Visible puffs in the cold hallway air. The carefully constructed persona of the trapped victim crumbled. Revealing the panicked, cornered man beneath. She showed you, he whispered. Venom lacing the words. That conniving bitch. She's lying to you. She's setting me up. Those transfers, they were for an investment. A private biotech fund. For our future. Mine and hers. It's her money. She controls it. But it came from a joint account. I pressed. My voice still calm. A prosecutor leading a witness. Money you earned together. Money that, in a community property state, is half yours. And half hers. And you moved it without her knowledge. That's not an investment. That's theft. It's protection, he shouted. The volume explosive in the quiet hallway. He slammed a fist against the wall beside my door. Making me jump. The fear had fully curdled into rage. Don't you get it? I'm in a cage with a tiger. Her father, he's under investigation. The SEC. Right now. The whole company is a house of cards. I saw it coming. I was moving assets. Our assets. Somewhere safe before the whole thing collapses. I was trying to save something from the wreckage. The new revelation landed like a live wire. SEC investigation. Eden's father. Etherian. This wasn't in the PI's report. This was fresh. Volatile intel. And he'd just blurted it out. I kept my expression neutral. But inside, my mind was racing. This changed everything. This was the leverage Eden needed. This was the panic driving him. So you were stealing from your wife to protect yourself from her father's scandal. I summarized. My tone dripping with disdain. How noble. And you needed a secret offshore account for that because if her father found out I was moving money, he'd have me fired and deported before I could blink, he hissed, leaning close to the crack in the door. His breath smelled of stale coffee and desperation. I need a clean record. Ada. I need to be seen as the stable, reliable one when the shit hits the fan. This lawsuit, your subpoenas, they're painting a target on my back. They're making me look shady. Unstable. Exactly what I can't afford right now. There it was. The core of his terror. Not guilt. Not remorse. Career preservation. His need for a clean record. I had it. On the recording. His admission of the transfers. His fear of the SEC. His motive. I took a step back from the door. The performance was over. I had what I needed. You should go. Ethan. No. Not until you understand. He shoved his hand against the door, trying to push it open against the chain. You have to drop this. You're not just screwing me over. You're screwing yourself. If Etherian goes down because of this scandal, and I'm tainted by your lawsuit, there will be nothing left. No money to sue for. No job. No nothing. That 280,000 you're obsessed with? It'll be gone. Vaporized. Take the 75,000. It's real. It's liquid. It's more than you'll have in 6 months when this all blows up. Get your hand off my door. I said. My voice low and dangerous. Or what? You'll call the cops, he sneered. The polished facade now completely gone. Revealing the snarling, entitled core. Go ahead. I'll tell them my crazy ex-girlfriend is harassing me and my family, trying to extort money with fabricated stories. See who they believe. The PhD with a wife and a house in Bellevue. Or the lonely spinster in a walk-up who's obsessed. The word spinster hung in the air. Archaic and vicious. It was meant to wound. To reduce. It did the opposite. It crystallized my resolve. I'm not your ex-girlfriend. Ethan. I said, meeting his gaze through the narrow opening. I'm your creditor. And I'm your accuser. Now get out of my building before I add attempted breaking and entering to the police report. For a long, tense moment, he didn't move. His eyes bored into mine, filled with a hatred so pure it was almost fascinating. Then, with a sound of utter disgust, he shoved himself away from the door. You're going to regret this. You're going to wish you'd taken the money, when you're living in a shelter and I'm still standing. You'll remember this moment. He turned and strode down the hall, his footsteps echoing with finality. I closed the door, locked it. My hands were trembling, but it was the adrenaline of the hunt, not fear. I picked up my phone, stopped the recording. I played back the last minute. The SEC. Right now. The whole company is a house of cards. I need a clean record. Ada. You're not just screwing me over. You're screwing yourself. His voice. Clear. Desperate. Self-incriminating. It was gold. I didn't even sit down. I texted Eden, attaching the audio file. He was just here. This is what you need. He admitted to the transfers. Called it protection. Says your father and Etherian are under SEC investigation. He's terrified of looking unstable. Her reply was almost instant. The SEC information is not public yet. Do not share it. The audio is perfect. Forward it to your lawyer as evidence of his consciousness of guilt regarding the hidden assets. I will handle the rest. Do not engage with him again. I forwarded the audio to Maya with a summary. Then, I finally let my legs give out. I slid down the back of the door to the floor, hugging my knees. The confrontation had left me hollowed out. The things he'd said, lonely spinster, obsessed. They were just words. But they were designed to find the cracks. The secret fears. And they had. But they couldn't live in the same space as the recording. The recording was power. The recording was truth. The next morning, the story broke. Not in the business section. On the front page of the Boston Globe's Metro section. Below the fold. But prominently. The headline was blunt: Boston woman sues fiancé turned PhD for decade of support. Alleges he married another. Maya had worked with a reporter, a sharp woman named Anya Sharma who'd done a series on financial abuse. The article was a masterpiece of damning facts. It laid out the timeline, the amounts, mentioned the marital assurance payment, and included a single killer quote from Maya: "This is not a simple case of a soured romance. This is a calculated, long-term financial fraud, where my client's life savings were used as collateral for the defendant's new life and marriage. He sold her a future he had already legally given to someone else. It named Ethan. It named Etherian. It was discreet about Eden, referring to her as the spouse, the daughter of a prominent Etherian board member. It was enough. My phone began to ring before I'd finished my first cup of coffee. Unknown numbers. Local news affiliates. A national morning show. My email inbox chimed incessantly with media requests. I ignored them all. I followed Maya's instruction: no comment. Refer all inquiries to me. But the world was commenting. By mid-morning, the story was trending on local social media. The comments were a predictable mix of outrage: "This guy is a monster," victim blaming, "What kind of idiot waits 10 years?" and misogynistic trolling. Someone found Ethan's professional profile and plastered the article link in the comments. His headshot, confident and smiling, now looked sinister. At 11:07 a.m., my desk phone at the architectural firm rang. It was Frank, my boss. "Ada, can you come to my office? Please." My stomach dropped. I walked the short distance down the hall, my palms slick. Frank's door was open. He was a kind man in his 60s. With a fatherly demeanor. He looked deeply uncomfortable. "Close the door. Ada, sit down." I did. He sighed, rubbing his temples. "I've had 3 calls this morning. Reporters. Asking if you work here. Asking for comment. I've told them we don't comment on employee personal matters. Of course. But, this is a small firm. We work with a lot of families. A lot of trusts. This kind of publicity, I'm sorry. Frank," I said. The words ash in my mouth. "I didn't want this. The story, I believe you," he said, holding up a hand. "I read the article. What happened to you it's awful. Truly. And I'm not firing you. But I think, for the good of the firm and for your own peace of mind, it might be best if you took a leave of absence. Paid. 2 weeks. Let this storm blow over a bit. Come back when things are quieter." It was a gentle, compassionate firing adjacent action. I was being put in a drawer. I understood. My personal disaster was bad for business. "Of course," I said, my voice small. "Thank you. Frank. Take care of yourself." "Ada," he said, his eyes full of a pity that was almost worse than anger. I cleared my desk. Under the curious, Averted gazes of my colleagues. The walk to the tea was a gauntlet. I felt exposed, as if the article were printed on my skin. When I got home, there was a certified letter taped to my apartment door. From a law firm in Seattle I didn't recognize, not the Chen families. Hargrove Pierce. I took it inside. Opened it with trembling fingers. It was a formal letter. On thick cream stock. To Ms. Ada Costa, we represent Dr. Charles Chen and the Board of Etherian Biotechnologies. The recent publication of demonstrably false and defamatory allegations in the media, which appear to originate from your legal proceedings, has caused significant and irreparable harm to the reputation of our clients. While we do not comment on pending regulatory matters, we categorically deny any wrongdoing by Dr. Chen or Etherian. Your continued public pursuit of this vendetta, which now implicates and damages innocent third parties, is viewed as malicious and actionable. We are instructed to make the following offer, which is final and non-negotiable. Our client is prepared to issue a payment to you in the amount of $200,000. In return, you will immediately 1. Withdraw your civil complaint with prejudice. 2. Sign a comprehensive non-disclosure, non-disparagement, and release agreement, covering all parties including Ethan Miller, Eden Chen Miller, Dr. Charles Chen, and Etherian Biotechnologies. 3. Issue a public retraction, drafted by our firm, stating you were misinformed and regret the harm caused. 4. Cease all contact with the media and any parties associated with our clients. This offer will remain open for 48 hours. If it is not accepted, we will pursue all available legal remedies against you, including but not limited to claims of defamation, tortious interference with business relations, and abuse of process. The financial consequences of such litigation will be severe. Sincerely, David Chen, General Counsel. Chen Holdings $200,000. The number Eden had floated, but from her father, with strings of absolute silence and humiliation attached. I would have to call myself a liar. I would have to absolve Ethan. I would have to disappear. It was a bigger, shinier cage. I took a picture of the letter and texted it to Eden. Your father's offer. 48 hours. Her reply was one word. Ignore. An hour later, my phone buzzed. A 425 number. Ethan's new number. I let it go to voicemail. His message was a low, furious snarl. Happy now? You've done it. The board just suspended me, pending review of the external litigation and its impact on company reputation. Suspended. I have no income. No access to the lab. Because of you and your fucking newspaper story. I hope you're proud. You've destroyed everything I built. You're a cancer. Ada. A vindictive, jealous cancer. And I will spend every last cent I have cutting you out. The fear in his voice was gone, burned away by pure, impotent rage. The clean record was now publicly dirty. The suspension was a disaster for him. A victory for our side. But it made him more dangerous. I saved the voicemail. More evidence. That evening, as dusk settled, the knocking came again. Not hesitant. Not angry. Solid. Authoritative. I looked through the peephole. 2 men in dark, expensive overcoats stood in the hallway. One was Asian, in his 50s, with an air of serene, unassailable authority. The other was younger, carrying a leather briefcase. David Chen, in the flesh, and what was undoubtedly a colleague. I did not open the door. Go away, or I will call the police, I said through the wood. Ms. Costa, the older man's voice came, calm and resonant. I am David Chen. We spoke on the phone. I am here as a courtesy to discuss the offer my associate delivered. It is in your best interest to listen. I have a lawyer. Discuss it with her. Time is of the essence. The offer is generous. It resolves this matter cleanly for all parties. The alternative is a war you cannot win and cannot afford. Please. Open the door. We can speak like civilized adults. There was a quiet menace in his civility. This was not Ethan's bluster. This was the weight of real power. Standing in my shabby hallway, I felt a primal fear. The fear of a rabbit sensing a wolf. I'm not opening the door. You're trespassing. Leave now. A pause. Then. Very well. The offer stands for 40 hours. Consider the consequences of refusal carefully. Ms. Costa. You are playing with forces you do not understand. You have made my niece very unhappy. And you have threatened interests far greater than your own. This can end with a check and your silence. Or it can end with your financial and personal ruin. The choice seems clear to me. I heard their footsteps recede. I waited. Pressed against the door. Until long after the sound of the outer door closing echoed up the stairwell. The pressure was a physical weight on my chest. The lawsuit. The media. Ethan's threats. The Chen family's ominous warning. The loss of my work routine. It was a vortex. And I was at the center. I thought about the $200,000. I could take it. I could sign their papers. Read their lies. And walk away. I could be done. The temptation was a siren song in the gathering dark. I called Sarah. I was crying now. The stress and fear leaking out in ragged sobs. I told her about the suspension. The letter. The visit from David Chen. Oh. Honey, she said. Her voice soft. This is the hard part. This is when they throw everything they have at you to make you break. But you can't. You have the recording. You have Eden. For whatever that's worth. You have the truth. He's suspended. That's huge. It means the company is taking it seriously. It means he's vulnerable. You have to hold on. I'm so tired. Sarah. I'm so scared. He said he'd ruin me. And that lawyer, he meant it. I know. But what's the alternative? You let them buy your silence. You let Ethan win. After all this, you'd have to look in the mirror every day knowing you took a payoff to call yourself a liar. You're stronger than that. Ada. I'm booking a flight. I'll be there tomorrow. Don't do anything until I get there. After I hung up, I wandered the apartment. A caged animal. I needed to do something. Anything. I started cleaning. A frantic, useless energy. I picked up the legal binders. The cooking brochures. The mail scattered on the coffee table. As I lifted a stack of old magazines. A small, square photo fluttered out and spun to the floor. I bent to pick it up. It was the photo. The one from the Charles River. I'd torn it in half. But I'd only thrown away the half with Ethan. I'd kept my own half. The young, smiling, hopeful me. And tucked it away somewhere. It had resurfaced. I turned it over. On the back, in his familiar, sprawling hand, was the inscription I knew by heart, for Ada. My anchor. Wait for me. I'll come back for you. Always. Always. The word. Once a promise. Now a curse. The photo of my own young face, so full of faith, was a gut punch. I hadn't just lost money or time. I'd lost that girl. That girl who believed in promises. In love. In always. She was gone. Betrayal had killed her as surely as if he'd put a bullet in her heart. I didn't cry. I felt a deep, final severance. The last sentimental tie snapped. The photo wasn't a memory to cherish, it was evidence of the con I walked to the kitchen, struck a match, and held the flame to the corner of the small rectangle. I watched as the youthful face of Ada Costa blackened, curled, and dissolved into ash over the sink. I washed the remnants down the drain. Wait for me. I'll come back for you. He never came back. He'd left a long time ago. And the man who showed up at my door wasn't the one who'd written those words. He was a stranger. A dangerous, desperate stranger. The burning photo had been a purge. The fear receded, burned away with the image. In its place was a cold, clear resolve. David Chen was right. I was playing with forces I didn't understand. But I was learning. Fast. I picked up my phone. I didn't call Maya. I called Anya Sharma, the reporter from the Globe. Her number was on the business card she'd left with my receptionist. She answered on the second ring. Anya Sharma. This is Ada Costa. The offer from the Chen family's lawyer was $200,000 for my silence and a retraction. They gave me 48 hours. They also just showed up at my apartment to deliver the threat in person. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end. Then the sound of rapid typing. Tell me everything, Anya said, her voice alive with the thrill of the chase. From the beginning. And I did. I told her about the visit. The wording of the threat. The suspension of Ethan. I did not mention Eden. I did not mention the sec. I gave her just enough, the pressure campaign. The attempt to buy silence. This is witness intimidation, Anya said, her tone grim. It's borderline. But it's ugly. Can I quote you on this? I hesitated for only a second. Yes. You can quote me. The offer is not about justice or restitution. It's about purchasing my silence and my integrity. I will not be silenced. And I will not call myself a liar to protect the men who defrauded me. The words came out stronger than I felt. Perfect. Anya said. This runs tomorrow. Hold tight. Ada. You're doing the right thing. I hung up. I had just escalated the war. I had taken the Chen family's private, intimidating offer and thrown it onto the front lines of the media battle. It was a declaration. I was not taking the money. I was not going away. I looked around the quiet, beige apartment, still in slight disarray from my frantic cleaning. It felt different. It was no longer just the place where I waited. It was a bunker. It was a command post. The walls felt thinner, the locks flimsier. But I felt, for the first time since this began, like I was on the offensive. The storm wasn't blowing over. I was walking into the eye of it. And I was done waiting for it to pass. The morning of the settlement conference dawned with the metallic taste of impending rain. It wasn't a trial. Not yet. Maya had explained it as a last-chance saloon. A mandated meeting where a judge, or in this case, a magistrate, would try to hammer out a deal before the case bled both sides dry in formal discovery. But after the Globe article detailing the Chen family's pressure campaign, and with Ethan's suspension from Etherian public knowledge, the saloon felt more like a gladiator's gate. Sarah had flown in, as promised, and was currently in my kitchen, making coffee with the intense focus of a bomb technician. You look formidable, she said, handing me a mug. I'd chosen a simple, dark grey sheath dress. It wasn't expensive, but it was sharp. Armor. My hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail. I wore no makeup. I wanted to look like what I was, a creditor, not a scorned lover. I feel sick, I admitted, the coffee churning in my empty stomach. Good. Use it. Channel it into icy contempt. Do not look at him unless you're on the stand. Look at the judge. Or at Maya. Or at the wall. He is furniture. Expensive. Broken furniture. Maya met us in the soaring, intimidating lobby of the John Joseph Moakley Courthouse. She looked like a warrior queen in a Navy power suit. Her briefcase containing the arsenal we'd built, the binders, the financial summaries, the PI's report, the transcript of the recorded confrontation, and the damning voicemails. "Remember," Maya said, her voice low as we rode the elevator up, "they will offer money. More than before. They will appeal to your reason. They will try to make you seem greedy for not taking it. They will emphasize the cost, the risk, the public spectacle. Your job is to be a stone. You are not here for money today. You are here to show them you are not afraid of the courtroom. Understood?" I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. The conference room was wood-paneled, somber, dominated by a long table. A court reporter sat in the corner, her machine a silent promise of permanence. The magistrate, a severe woman with close-cropped grey hair named Judge Wheeler, sat at the head. And on the other side of the table, they were already there. Ethan. He wore a suit, but it looked borrowed. Hanging on his thinner frame, his face was a closed fist of resentment. He did not look at me. He stared at the grain of the table as if he could burn a hole through it with his gaze. Next to him was a man in his 60s with a magnificent head of white hair and a $5,000 suit. His lawyer, Prescott Thorne, from a white-shoe Boston firm. He exuded a weary, paternal authority, the kind used to making problems disappear with a check and a handshake. And next to him, to my shock, was David Chen. He had flown in. He sat perfectly still, his hands folded on the table, his expression one of detached, analytical displeasure. His presence was a statement. The weight of the Chen family was now physically in the room. There was no sign of Eden. "Let's begin," Judge Wheeler said, her voice devoid of warmth. "This is a settlement conference. The goal is to see if this dispute can be resolved without the need for a costly and public trial. I've read the complaint. The motion to dismiss, which is denied. Mr. Thorne, as you know, and the various media reports. It's a mess. Let's see if we can clean it up. Ms. Cohen, an opening statement of your client's position." Maya stood. She didn't raise her voice. She laid out the facts like placing stones on a scale. The decade, the transfers, the spreadsheet total, the marriage license dated 3 years ago, the marital assurance memo, the pattern of promises versus the reality of a secret shared life. This is not a breach of promise case, Your Honor, Maya concluded. It is a case of fraud and unjust enrichment, conducted over a period of years, resulting in the near-total financial depletion of my client. The defendant secured a degree, a career, a marriage, and a multimillion-dollar lifestyle using funds he obtained under false pretenses. He then engaged in a campaign of intimidation, including showing up at her home and making threats. Once he was discovered, we are seeking full restitution, treble damages under the Consumer Protection Statute, and attorney's fees. Judge Wheeler's face gave nothing away. She turned to Prescott Thorne. "Mr. Thorne." Thorne stood, offering a small, conciliatory smile. "Your Honor, this is, at its heart, a sad story of a relationship that ended. Ms. Costa was a generous and supportive partner during Mr. Miller's arduous academic journey. The funds she provided were gifts, given freely out of love and a belief in his potential. That potential was realized magnificently. The relationship, sadly, was not. People grow apart. It's regrettable, but it is not fraud. My client acknowledges Ms. Costa's support and, out of a sense of moral obligation, not legal, is prepared to offer a generous settlement to allow both parties to move on. The recent publicity, much of it spurred by Ms. Costa and her counsel has been damaging and sensationalized. My client's career has already been impacted by these false allegations. We are here in good faith to end this circus. Good faith, Maya murmured. Just loud enough to hear. Is that what you call sending your general counsel to threaten my client at her home? Mr. Chen. David Chen's eyes flicked to Maya. My visit was to convey a legitimate settlement offer and to express our concern over the defamatory statements being made to the press. It was a courtesy. A courtesy that felt like intimidation. Judge Wheeler observed dryly. Making a note. Mr. Thorne. What is your client's offer? Thorne cleared his throat. Given the duration of the relationship and the funds involved, and despite our firm belief in the legal insufficiency of the claims, Mr. Miller is prepared to offer a one-time payment of $150,000 in return for a full release and a mutually agreed statement that the matter is resolved, with no admission of liability. $150,000. More than double the first offer. Still a fraction. A buy-off. Judge Wheeler looked at me. Ms. Costa, your counsel has advised you of the risks of trial? I nodded. Yes, Your Honor. And your response to this offer? I looked at Maya. She gave an almost imperceptible nod. I turned to Judge Wheeler. The offer is insufficient. Your Honor. It does not come close to making me whole for the financial loss, let alone the fraud. And it requires my silence. I'm not interested in a payment that requires me to participate in a lie. We're prepared to go to trial. Ethan's head snapped up. He glared at me, his eyes burning with hatred. You see, he said, his voice cracking. It's not about the money. It's about revenge. She wants to destroy me because I moved on. Because I succeeded and she's stuck in a dead-end life. Mr. Miller. Judge Wheeler said sharply. You will speak through your counsel. No. Let him speak. I heard myself say. The room went still. I looked at Ethan. Really looked at him. For the first time that day. Tell the judge. Ethan. Tell her the money was a gift. Look at her and say you never promised to pay me back. That you never promised a future. That you never said you were coming home to me. Say it. He opened his mouth. A retort on his lips. But the words died. He couldn't. Not with the evidence in Maya's binder. Not with the judge watching. His defiance crumpled into sullen silence. The offer is rejected. Maya said smoothly. We are ready for discovery. We will be subpoenaing Mr. Miller's financial records, including offshore accounts, and the records of Etherian biotechnologies related to his compensation and the ongoing SEC inquiry. David Chen went very still. Prescott Thorne's paternal smile vanished. Your Honor. That is a fishing expedition designed to harass and embarrass. The SEC inquiry, to the extent it exists, is a confidential regulatory matter. It has no bearing. It has bearing on his financial stability and his motive for hiding assets. Maya countered. And on the validity of the marital assurance payment, which appears to be a condition of a marriage that may itself be part of a larger financial structuring. The battle lines were drawn. Not over love, but over money, control, and exposure. Judge Wheeler sighed. A sound of profound weariness. I am going to order the parties into mediation with a court-appointed specialist. 1 full-day session. If that fails, we will set a trial date. Mr. Thorne. Your client's offer is noted. Ms. Cohen. Your client's rejection is noted. You are both intelligent officers of the court. I suggest you use the mediation to find a number that reflects the reality of your positions, not the fantasy. Conference adjourned. It was over in 20 minutes. As we stood to leave, Ethan finally looked at me. You'll regret this, he mouthed. The soundless words dripping with venom. David Chen simply gathered his briefcase, gave me a long, inscrutable look, and left without a word. Outside the courthouse, the predicted rain began to fall. A cold drizzle. Sarah hugged me. You were a stone. A perfect, beautiful stone. Maya was less celebratory. They're scared. The SEC mention rattled Chen. The offer went up. But Thorn is good. The mediation will be brutal. They'll try to make you crack. Remember, the goal of mediation isn't justice. It's settlement. Your job is to decide what number you can live with. Think about it. The mediation was scheduled for 3 weeks later. The 3 weeks were a strange, suspended animation. The media interest faded, replaced by newer scandals. I used my forced leave to do 2 things: obsess over the case, and, at Sarah's furious insistence, attend a single introductory class at the Cambridge School of Culinary Arts. The class was on knife skills. The chill of the stainless steel bench, the weight of a chef's knife in my hand, the focus required to turn a carrot into perfect, uniform julienne. It was a form of meditation. For 2 hours. I didn't think about Ethan, or discovery, or offshore accounts. I thought about the angle of the blade, the grip of my fingers, the sound of a clean slice through crisp vegetable flesh. It was peaceful. It was mine. The night before the mediation, Eden called. Not texted. Called. My phone lit up with the 206 number. I answered. Yes. The mediation tomorrow, she said. No greeting. My father will be there. He will offer 250,000. It will be his final offer. He will present it as an act of charity to end the nuisance. He will imply that if you refuse, the full weight of his legal resources will come down on you. And you will get nothing. Her voice was calm, but there was a new tension underneath. Why are you telling me this? Because I need you to refuse it, she said. Politely. Firmly. The mediator will likely pressure you to take it. It is a significant sum. You must say no. And then what? And then, at the appropriate moment, I will join the mediation. Via video link. I have informed my father and my attorneys I wish to make a statement. They believe it is to support their position. It is not. My blood ran cold. Eden. What are you going to do? What I should have done the moment I found the files on his laptop. I am going to tell the truth. The whole truth. It will force his hand. Be ready. The line went dead. I stared at the phone. An ambush. Eden was planning an ambush. Not on me, but on her own family and her husband. She was using the mediation as her courtroom. The mediation was held in a bland office building in the financial district. The mediator, a retired judge named O'Connell with a kind face and shrewd eyes, began with the usual spiel about compromise. Prescott Thorne, David Chen, and Ethan were on one side of a long table. Maya, Sarah, as my support person, and I were on the other. The atmosphere was frigid. As predicted. After an hour of posturing, David Chen laid out the final, generous offer, $250,000. Full release. Strict NDA. A written statement that the matter was resolved amicably. Judge O'Connell turned to me. Ms. Costa. That is a substantial sum. It represents a significant recovery. It would allow you to put this deeply painful chapter behind you. You have to weigh it against the cost, both financial and emotional, of a trial. A trial where your personal life, your choices, will be put under a microscope. A trial you may not win. Is that a risk you're willing to take for the principle of the thing? I thought of Eden's call. You must say no. I looked at the mediator. I looked at David Chen's impassive face. I looked at Ethan, who was staring at the table, a muscle twitching in his jaw. "The offer is insufficient," I said, my voice clear in the quiet room. "And the condition of my silence is unacceptable. We'll see him at trial." Ethan slammed his hand on the table. "You greedy, vindictive." "Ethan," David Chen said. A single, sharp word. Ethan subsided, trembling with rage. Judge O'Connell looked frustrated. "Ms. Costa, I urge you to reconsider. The chance of a better outcome at trial is, in my professional opinion, low. The law on these matters is not on your side. This is a bird in the hand." Before I could answer, Prescott Thorne's phone buzzed. He looked at it, frowned, and showed it to David Chen. Chen's lips thinned. He gave a curt nod. "Your Honor," Thorne said, sounding annoyed. "It appears Dr. Eden Chen Miller, who is a party in interest, has insisted on addressing the mediation. She is on a video link. I must apologize. This is highly unorthodox. Put her on," Judge O'Connell said. Curiosity piqued. A moment later, a large monitor on the side wall flickered to life. Eden's face appeared, cool and composed. She was in what looked like a home office. Shelves of books behind her. Her gaze swept the room, pausing on me for a fraction of a second, then settling on the mediator. "Judge O'Connell, thank you for allowing me to join. I will be brief. I am here to correct the record, as it pertains to the financial relationship between my husband, Ethan Miller, and Ms. Costa." David Chen leaned forward. "Eden, this is not necessary. The attorneys are handling. It is necessary." "Uncle David," she said, her tone polite but inflexible, "because the narrative being presented is false. Ethan did not receive gifts. He orchestrated a deliberate, long-term fraud. I have in my possession digital copies of communications between Ethan and Ms. Costa that demonstrate a clear pattern of solicitation based on false promises of a shared future, concurrent with his planning and execution of our marriage." She held up a tablet, scrolling. "For example, an email from Ethan to Ada, dated July 15, 2022, 1 month before our wedding. It reads, 'The legal fees for the visa are killing me. Another $3,500. It's the last hurdle.' Adds, 'Once this is done, the path is clear for us. I can almost see the finish line.' The visa he referenced was our marriage-based application, which I was paying for." Ethan had gone sheet white. "Those are private," he shouted at the screen. "You hacked my accounts. They were on a shared family cloud drive, which you agreed to for document retention." Eden said dispassionately, "I also have chat logs from October of last year, in which he complains to a colleague about Ms. Costa, calling her needy and a drain and saying, and I quote, 'Thank God for Eden's trust fund. At least one of my women isn't a financial black hole.'" The air was sucked from the room. I felt Sarah's hand clamp over mine, squeezing hard. Maya's pen was poised. A predator's stillness. David Chen looked like he'd been slapped. "Eden, this is highly inappropriate. You are airing private marital disputes in a civil mediation. This is not a marital dispute. Uncle. It is evidence of fraud and bad character. It goes directly to the heart of Ms. Costa's claims." She turned her head slightly, addressing the screen as if looking at the mediator. "Judge O'Connell, I am prepared to testify under oath to these facts. I am also prepared to provide, through proper channels, documentation of the $85,000 marital assurance transfer, which originated from Ms. Costa, and the subsequent series of unauthorized transfers Ethan made from our joint accounts to an offshore entity. which he claimed were for protection during the SEC investigation but which appear to be simple embezzlement. She had done it. She had delivered the whole truth. Clinically and brutally. She had not only validated my story but had furnished the evidence and implicated him in a new crime against her. She had cut him off at the knees in front of his lawyer, his benefactor, and the mediator. Ethan was on his feet. She's lying. It's all lies. She's doing this to get out of the marriage. She's in cahoots with Ada. They're conspiring to ruin me. His voice was a raw, hysterical shriek. Spittle flew from his lips. The calm, polished researcher was gone, replaced by a berserk, terrified animal. Prescott Thorne was trying to pull him back into his seat, his face a mask of professional horror. David Chen simply watched, his expression now one of cold, recalculating assessment. The asset was malfunctioning. Badly. Judge O'Connell held up a hand. Mr. Miller. Control yourself. Sit down. She turned to the screen. Dr. Chen Miller. Thank you for your candor. This certainly introduces new factors. I am going to suspend this mediation for 1 hour. I suggest all parties confer with their clients. The screen went dark. The room erupted. Ethan was raging. Incoherent. Pointing at me. This is what you wanted. You and that ice bitch. You planned this. Well, you won't get a dime. I'll see you both in hell first. David Chen stood. Ethan. Outside. Now. His voice was quiet, but it carried the force of a gavel. He took Ethan's arm. Not gently. And steered the still protesting man from the room. Prescott Thorne followed. Looking decades older. The door closed. Sarah let out a long, shaky breath. Holy shit. Maya was already typing furiously on her phone. This changes everything. Her testimony is a bombshell. The chat logs are gold. They show misogyny and intent. The offshore transfers are now framed as theft from her, which gives us a pattern of financial deceit. O'Connell won't let this go to trial now. The risk for them is catastrophic. Will they offer more? I asked, my mind reeling. They'll have to. But more importantly, David Chen just saw his investment, in every sense, have a very public, very ugly meltdown. He's a businessman. He's going to cut his losses. A grim smile touched her lips. I think we're about to get a very different call. The hour passed. When we reconvened, Ethan was not in the room. Only David Chen and Prescott Thorne returned. Ethan's absence was louder than his screaming. David Chen spoke directly to Judge O'Connell. Ignoring us. Your Honor. In light of new information, and in the interest of resolving this matter expeditiously, the parties are prepared to increase the offer to $375,000. This would be a full and final settlement of all claims, with a standard release. No non-disparagement clause. The details of the settlement would remain confidential, as is standard. $375,000. More than I had given him. More. Judge O'Connell raised her eyebrows. Ms. Cohen. Maya didn't even glance at me. We accept the principal amount. We also require payment of my client's accrued legal fees, which are approximately $42,000. Total settlement, $417,000. Prescott Thorne looked pained but nodded. David Chen gave a single, sharp nod. Agreed. Then we have a settlement. Judge O'Connell said, sounding immensely relieved. Counsel will draft the agreement. I will retain jurisdiction to enforce. This mediation is concluded. It was over. Just like that. In a bland conference room. On a rainy Tuesday. For $417,000. I had won. Not in a courtroom. Not with a dramatic jury verdict. But in the grim, pragmatic arena where cases actually end, the paperwork took a week. The money hit my account via wire from a trust one didn't recognize. 10 days later, the number sitting in my previously anemic savings account was surreal. It felt both vast and meaningless. It was money. It wasn't my 10 years. The day after the money cleared, a news alert popped up on my phone. From a Seattle business journal. Ethereum Biotechnologies lead researcher Ethan Miller departs company. The article was terse, citing personal reasons and wishing him well in future endeavors. There was no mention of fraud, or lawsuits, or SEC investigations. It was a soft, quiet ejection. A week after that, a different notice appeared in the King County Public Records. A quitclaim deed, filed by Ethan J. Miller, granting all his interest in the Bellevue property to Eden L. Chen Miller, in consideration of the sum of $1 and other valuable consideration. The divorce, it seemed, was proceeding on her terms. I received no more texts from Eden. Our transaction was complete. The alliance dissolved. Its purpose served. I didn't know if I felt gratitude or revulsion. She had used me as deftly as Ethan had. But she had paid. And she had delivered on her promise. It was a cold comfort. With the lawsuit over, the leave of absence ended. I returned to the architectural firm. The atmosphere was different. Pity had been replaced by a wary curiosity. And a new, faint respect. I had been in a war and come back with spoils. I was no longer just Ada, the quiet, dependable drafter. I was someone who had fought and won. But the work felt hollow. The precision of blueprints, which I'd once loved, now felt like constructing other people's dreams on shifting sand. My own dream, the one I'd built for 10 years, had been a mirage. I needed to build something real. Something I could touch, taste, control. I gave Frank 2 weeks' notice. He was surprised. Tried to talk me out of it. But I could see the relief in his eyes. My notoriety, even in victory, was a complication he was happy to see go. On my last day, I cleaned out my desk. As I was leaving, a junior architect, a shy woman named Chloe, stopped me in the hallway. Ada, I wanted to say, what you did. It was really brave. I read about it. My sister's in something similar. Not as much money. But it gave her the courage to talk to a lawyer. So, thank you. The words, simple and sincere, landed differently than the settlement check. They gave the money a meaning it hadn't had before. It wasn't just restitution. It was a story. A warning. A possibility. That night, I sat at my kitchen table with a calculator and the brochures for the Cambridge School of Culinary Arts. I calculated tuition, living expenses, the cost of a used car. The numbers worked. The settlement money was a bridge. It could fund a new life. A real one. Born of my own choice. Not someone else's promise. I filled out the application for the full-time, 12-month culinary arts program. In the essay section, where it asked what inspires you to pursue a career in the culinary arts, I didn't write about passion or food memories. I wrote 3 sentences. I spent 10 years following a recipe that was a lie. I want to learn how to nourish myself and others with things that are real, measurable, and transform under my own hands. I want to build something that can't be stolen. I dropped the application in the mail the next day. As I walked back from the post office, the spring air finally held a hint of warmth. I passed the Whole Foods where it had all begun. I didn't go in. I kept walking. I had settled in court. But in my life, the trial was just beginning. And the first piece of evidence for my new future was now in the mail. The first check cleared. Then the second. The money. A sum I'd never imagined seeing in my own account. Sat there. Digital and cold. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like a foreign object grafted onto my life. I paid Maya's final invoice. A number that still made me wince. I paid 6 months of rent in advance. A practical move that felt strangely defiant. I transferred the tuition for the culinary program's first semester. Each transaction was a tiny act of reclamation. But the hollowness remained. The noise of the lawsuit had stopped, leaving a silence so profound it was its own kind of roar. I started the culinary program. The rhythm was brutal. A welcome assault. Up at 5 a.m. In a stiff, bleach-scented chef's jacket by 6. Hours on my feet in a steaming, shouting, fragrant kitchen. Julienning carrots until my fingers cramped. Learning the terrifying dance of a bruness. Failing. Over and over. To get a pâte brisée to the right consistency. The physical exhaustion was a gift, it left no room for thinking. In the focused panic of reducing a sauce or the precise geometry of plating. Ethan. The lawsuit. The lost decade. Had no purchase. Here. I was a beginner. I was incompetent. I was judged solely on whether my mipoir was even and my station clean. It was a pure, simple, and brutally honest world. 3 weeks into the program, on a Thursday evening, I came home to my apartment smelling of onions and dish soap. My back aching. To a missed call and a voicemail from a number with a 425 area code. Not Ethan's. Not Eden's. A different one. A cold dread. Now a familiar companion. Coiled in my stomach. I played the message. Ada. Oh. Ada. It's Linda. Linda Miller. Her voice was thick. Choked with tears. Trembling with a raw, unvarnished grief I'd never heard from her. Please. You have to call me back. It's Ethan. He tried to. He's in the hospital. In Seattle. It's bad. He took pills. A lot of pills. He left a note, it mentioned you. Said he couldn't live with what he'd done. With the shame. The doctors, they don't know if he'll, please. Ada. He's asking for you. In and out of consciousness. But he says your name. Please. I know what he did to you was terrible. But he's my boy. He's broken. Please. Just talk to him. Just let him hear your voice. It might be the last time. Please. The message ended with a sob that sounded gut-wrenchingly real. I stood in the middle of my living room. The phone pressed to my ear. Listening to the dead air after the beep. The world narrowed to the sound of my own heartbeat. Pills. A note. He's asking for you. The image flashed. Unbidden, Ethan. Pale and still in a hospital bed. Machines beeping. The brilliant. Terrible. Lying man. Reduced to a fragile body fighting toxins. The hatred I'd nurtured. The cold satisfaction of his professional ruin. Curdled into something else. Something sick and cold and heavy. Was this the consequence? Had I pushed him to this? Was my demand for justice? For repayment? A death sentence? Guilt? That old, familiar toxin. Seeped into the hollow spaces. Maybe I should have taken the first offer. Maybe I should have just walked away. Bob Miller's voice echoed, be an adult. Move on. Had my refusal to move on led here, I sank onto the couch. The phone loose in my hand. Sarah's voice. From 1,000 miles away in San Francisco. Rang in my head. Do not engage. It's a trap. But this felt different. This felt like a genuine crisis. A mother's voice. Shattered by her son's potential death. How could that be a trap, yet? The cynicism I'd earned at such a high cost whispered. He left a note that mentioned you. Convenient. His asking for you. Dramatic. I needed to know. I needed to see it. Not to offer comfort, but to verify the reality. To see if the final, pathetic act of the man who'd defined my adulthood was a bid for sympathy or a genuine surrender. I called the number back. It rang twice. Ada. Linda's voice. Hopeful. Desperate. What hospital? I asked. My voice toneless. She told me. Swedish Medical Center. First Hill. She gave me a room number. His in the ICU. But they're saying he's stable. He's awake now. But he's not talking. Just staring. The doctor says it's the psychological trauma. Please. When can you come? A flight from Boston. I can wire you money. I'm not coming. Linda. I said. Cutting her off. But I'll call the hospital. I'll speak to his nurse. To verify he's there. A pause. A sniff. You don't believe me? My son is lying in a hospital bed and you think I'm lying? I think Ethan has a history of manipulation. And you have a history of enabling him. I need to verify the facts. Give me the name of his attending physician. She gave it. Her voice now laced with a hint of the old frostiness beneath the grief. Dr. Varna. But Ada. He needs to hear your voice. He needs to know you don't hate him. That you forgive him. It could be the thing that brings him back. Forgive him. The word was a spark to tinder. The cold heaviness ignited into a sharp, clarifying anger. I'm not calling to forgive him. Linda. I'm calling to confirm he's alive. That's all. I hung up. I found the main number for Swedish First Hill. I was transferred. Put on hold. Transferred again. Finally. I got a harried-sounding nurse on the line in the ICU. I'm calling to get a condition update for a patient. Ethan Miller. Room 614. Are you family? The nurse asked. Her voice clipped. I'm listed as his emergency contact. I lied smoothly, giving the old Boston address and phone number I knew by heart. It was a gamble. A rustle of papers. I'm not showing that. I can only give information to immediate family. His mother, Linda Miller, asked me to call. She's distraught. She just wants to know if there's been any change. She said he was stabilized. The nurse sighed. The sound of someone bending a rule under pressure. Mr. Miller was admitted last night. He's stable. Yes. Resting. That's all I can say. Thank you. I said. And hung up. So it was true. He was there. The suicide attempt was real. Or at least the hospitalization was. The guilt surged back. A black wave. I saw Sarah's texts lighting up my phone. I'd sent her a panicked summary, but I ignored them. I paced the small apartment. The ghost of Ethan Miller lying in a Seattle ICU bed between me and every thought. An hour later. My phone rang again. The same 425 number. Linda. I answered. He's stable. The nurse confirmed. So you believe me now? Her voice was tight. Will you talk to him? I'm putting the phone to his ear. He's awake. He's just blank. Please. Ada. Just say something. Anything. I heard rustling. A muffled sound like fabric against the receiver. Then. A low, ragged breathing. Not the steady, deep breath of sleep. The shallow, audible inhale and exhale of someone awake and in distress. My own breath caught. This was it. The man who had taken a decade of my life, who had lied and stolen and schemed, was on the other end of the line. Broken. What did I say? I hate you. I forgive you. Go to hell. I opened my mouth. And then I heard it. In the background. Beyond the breathing. A voice. Muffled. But distinct. Linda's voice. But not into the phone. She was speaking to someone else in the room. See? I told you she'd fall for it. Keep breathing like that. Ragged. Good. A beat of silence. Then a different, younger male voice. Tinged with nervous laughter. Ethan's voice. Jesus. Mom. This is morbid. How long do I have to do this? My back is killing me from lying flat. The world stopped. The air vanished from my lungs. The black wave of guilt froze. Then shattered into a million jagged, glittering shards of pure, undiluted fury. It was a performance. A sick, twisted, elaborately staged performance. The weeping mother. The hospital verification. He was a patient. Probably for exhaustion or observation bought and paid for. The ragged breathing. All of it. A pantomime to play on my guilt. To manipulate me one last, vile time. The shock was so total it was anesthetic. I felt nothing. I was a recorder. A witness. My thumb, moving on pure instinct, found the button on my screen. Record. On the line. The ragged breathing continued. Then Ethan's voice. Clearer now. Whispering away from the phone. Is she saying anything? Put it on speaker. No. Not speaker. She'll hear us. Linda hissed. Then, her voice softening. Pouring syrup into the receiver. Ada. Honey. Can you hear him? He's listening. He needs to hear your voice. I found my voice. It was calm. Dead calm. I can hear him. Linda. I said. I can hear both of you. A sudden, dead silence on the other end. The ragged breathing stopped. What? Linda's voice was sharp. Startled. I said. I can hear you. I can hear you coaching him. I can hear him complaining about his back. I recorded it. The whole thing. You're lying. Linda sputtered. The facade crumbling. Then Ethan's voice. Loud. Panicked. Grabbing the phone. Ada. No. Wait. It's not, Mom set this up. I didn't want to. I told her it was stupid, save it. I said. The ice in my voice so cold it burned. You're both pathetic. You're broken. Ethan. But not by pills. By your own rotten core. And you. Linda, you raised a monster. And now you're his puppet. Stay away from me. Do not call this number again. If you do. This recording goes to the judge who just oversaw our settlement. To the medical board investigating why a doctor at Swedish is facilitating fraud. And to every media outlet that ever spelled your name. Do you understand? I didn't wait for an answer. I hung up. I stopped the recording. I saved it. I labeled it, fraud hospital scene. I sat there. Perfectly still. For a long time. The fury was a white-hot ingot in my chest. But it was clean. It had no confusion. No guilt. No pity. It was pure. Righteous. And final. This was the last card he had to play. The suicide bluff. And he had played it. With his mother's help. And he had lost. I sent the audio file to Maya with a 2-line explanation. Then I texted Sarah. It was a scam. A setup. He's fine. I have it on tape. Her reply was instant. I knew it. That sociopath. What are you going to do? Exactly what I said I'd do. I typed back. Maya called 10 minutes later. She'd listened to the recording. Her voice was grimly satisfied. This is obstruction of justice. Witness intimidation. Fraud upon the court. As the settlement is not yet fully executed. It's a gift. I'm filing a motion for sanctions and to amend the settlement to include penalties for this behavior. He's not just unethical, he's stupid. The motion was filed. The recording was submitted under seal. But the allegations were enough. The judge, already weary of Ethan Miller, was not amused. The final settlement was amended. Ethan was ordered to pay an additional $25,000 in punitive damages for bad faith conduct during the post-settlement period. More devastatingly, the judge referred the matter to the State Bar's disciplinary board for Prescott Thorne's potential involvement. He was cleared. But the stench remained, and to the medical licensing board regarding Dr. Varner. The public record of the motion, though the audio was sealed, used the phrase "staged a fraudulent medical emergency" in an attempt to manipulate the plaintiff. The last of Ethan's professional reputation evaporated. The personal reasons for his departure from Etherian now had a much darker implied context. The amended settlement bled him dry. The $25,000 penalty, on top of the massive settlement he was responsible for, the Chen family had likely paid it. But he would owe them. Forced the liquidation of his remaining assets. The Pi's final update confirmed it. The Bellevue house was solely Eden's. Ethan's car was sold. His bank accounts, aside from a legally protected minimum, were emptied. A month later, a new headline. Small. In the back of the business section, former biotech researcher's visa revoked. The article dryly noted that Ethan Miller's O1 Extraordinary Ability visa had been rescinded by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services following questions about the beneficiary's adherence to the terms of his status and relevant legal judgments. He was no longer extraordinary. He was officially a liability. I learned all this at a distance. Through Google Alerts and the Pi's final invoice. It felt like reading an obituary for a stranger. The man who had been the axis of my world had been reduced to a series of financial and legal penalties. A cancelled visa. A public disgrace. There was no triumph in it. Just a cold, factual conclusion. Eden finalized her divorce. The news was a single line in a Seattle Society column. Eden Chen Miller, noted biotech researcher and philanthropist, has amicably dissolved her marriage. She will retain the Chen name and focus on her work with the Chen Family Foundation's new climate science initiative. Amicable. Of course. She had gotten everything she wanted, her freedom, her assets, her reputation relatively intact. She had used the chaos I created as a broom to sweep him out of her life. I never heard from her again. The alliance was dissolved. Its purpose served. We were quits. A few days after the visa revocation news, a new email popped into my inbox. Not from a lawyer. Not from a blocked number. It was from a generic Gmail account. With a string of numbers and letters for a username. The subject line was blank. I almost deleted it. But something, the same morbid curiosity that had made me open the door to his performance, made me click. Ada. I don't know if you'll read this. I'm writing it from my parents' house in Ohio. I have to leave the country in 72 hours. They're sending me to Toronto. My cousin has a friend who needs a lab tech. A lab tech. After everything. I guess you won. You got everything you wanted. The money. The revenge. My career. My life here. I hope it makes you happy. I hope you can look at that pile of money and feel like it was worth destroying a person. You think I'm a monster. Maybe I am. But you wanted to know why. The real why. It wasn't about Eden's money. Not really. It was about the fear. The crushing. Endless fear of being ordinary. Of being you. I saw it in you. Ada. The contentment with the small life. The packed lunch. The bus. The beige apartment. You were my anchor. You said. You were my ballast. You were the weight that kept me on the ground. And I wanted to fly. I needed to fly. Even if it meant burning the rope. Eden wasn't a person to me. She was a launch pad. Her family was a rocket. I thought I could ride it. Then steer. I was wrong. They were the pilots. I was just cargo. And then you lit the fuel on the launch pad. I did love you. In the beginning. Maybe even in the middle. But I loved myself more. I always have. That's the sin. Isn't it? Not the lying. Not the money. The sheer fucking magnitude of how much I loved myself and my own potential. You were the cost of doing business. The worst part is, knowing what I know now, I'd probably do it again. Because the alternative was that apartment. That life. And that scared me more than anything. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I'm just so tired. I'm so angry. And I'm so sorry. Not for you. For me. For the mess I made of the brilliant future I deserved. I had it all in my hands. And now I have nothing. Because of you. Don't write back. This email will be deleted after I send it. Ethan, I read it once. Then I read it again. Slower. The self-pity was breathtaking. The blame shifting was masterful. You were the weight. You lit the fuel. I'd probably do it again. Even in his abject ruin. He was the hero of his own tragedy. And I was the villainous force of nature that had thwarted his destiny. My beige apartment was the horror he'd escaped. My settlement was the destruction of his brilliant future. There was no apology to me. Only a lament for his own fallen state. The love he confessed was just another piece of the narrative. A prop to make his loss seem greater. I felt a final, quiet click inside. Like a door locking in a deep, unused part of a house. The last of the confusion. The last lingering question of why was answered. The answer was uglier and simpler than I'd imagined. He was a narcissist. A classic. Textbook narcissist. I hadn't been betrayed for a greater love. Or for ambition. But because to him, I was an appliance that had stopped being useful. The revelation was almost boring in its psychological banality. I didn't feel rage. I didn't feel pity. I felt a profound, weary disgust. And then, nothing. I highlighted the email. I moved the cursor over the delete button. I paused. Then I opened a new folder in my email client. I labeled it history. I moved the email there. It wasn't evidence anymore. It was an artifact. A specimen. Then I set a rule to automatically delete anything from that Gmail address. I never wanted to see it again. But part of me needed to know it existed. Filed away. A case study in moral emptiness. I closed my laptop. I looked at the clock. I had a practical exam at culinary school in the morning. Puff pastry. Lamination. The creation of 100 buttery, flaky layers through patience. Precision. And repeated. Careful folding. A structure built on integrity. Where any shortcut resulted in a greasy, leaden mess. I went to bed. I slept through the night. The next day, I passed my practical. My portfolio tea was textbook. Crisp. Airy. Golden. My chef instructor, a brutal Frenchman named Gerard, gave a single, grunted pas mal as he snapped off a shard. It was the highest praise he'd given anyone all week. After class, Sarah called. So, Toronto. Huh. Lab tech. How the mighty have fallen. You saw the email? I asked. Scrubbing my station. The PI forwarded the visa revocation clip. I extrapolated. You okay? I'm making puff pastry. I said. I'm okay. She laughed. Good. Use the money. Ada. Build something he'd never understand. Something that can't be listed on a CV or bought with a trust fund. Build a life that's yours. And for God's sake, make it a little messy. A little fun. I'm trying. I know you are. Hey. At least you can monetize this whole shitshow now. Write a book. How to Spot a Sociopath, a Culinary Metaphor. Sell it on Instagram. You'd make a killing. The idea was absurd. But for the first time, the thought of the future, my future, paid for with the ashes of the old one, didn't feel like a void. It felt like a kitchen after service, chaotic, stained, exhausted, but clean, and full of potential for the next meal. That weekend, I used a small fraction of the settlement money to do something I hadn't done in 10 years. I bought a truly excellent, professional set of kitchen knives. They were German steel, perfectly balanced, their handles cool and solid in my palm. They were an investment in a future I was building with my own hands, cut by cut. As I unwrapped them at my small kitchen table, the late afternoon sun glinting off the deadly sharp blades, my phone buzzed with a calendar alert. Graduation project proposal due Monday. I opened the document. The project was to create a signature dish, with a written narrative explaining its inspiration. I stared at the blank page. I thought of 10 years of my life. I thought of a grocery bag splitting open. I thought of bright oranges rolling across a polished floor. My fingers began to type. Project title, Orange Tart. Not a classic tarte à l'orange, but a deconstruction. A brown butter and sea salt shortbread crust, representing a foundation that is richer and more complex than it first appears. A blood orange curd. Sharp, bracing, with a bitter note. Set with agar for a clean, precise slice. A topping of caramelized orange supremes. The sweetness intensified by fire, and scattered across the plate, like things dropped and forgotten. Candied orange peel pips and a dusting of burnt orange powder. The narrative is one of things fallen, gathered, and transformed through applied heat, sugar, and time into something deliberate, beautiful, and wholly new. I read it over. It was pretentious. It was personal. It was exactly right. I hit save. I looked at the knives laid out before me. Tools for creation, not weapons for battle. The money in the bank was a tool. The skills I was learning were tools. The past was just an ingredient now, bitter, sharp, foundational. It was up to me to transform it. Sarah's joke echoed. At least now you can Monetize this. Maybe not with a book, but with a tart. With a life. One careful, deliberate step at a time. Built on a ledger that was finally, definitively, closed. The bell above the door of 10 years later jingled. A sound I'd chosen for its clean, bright note. It was 7 a.m. on a soft, golden Saturday in October. A year and a half after the oranges rolled across the Whole Foods floor. My first day. Not a soft opening. Not a friends and family test. Just open. I'd spent the last 3 months transforming a narrow, brick-walled storefront in Boston's South End from a failed artisanal soap shop into a temple of butter, sugar, and fruit. The name was Sarah's idea. It's not bitter, she'd insisted. Video calling from her San Francisco balcony. It's a fact. It's where you are. 10 years later. Own it. I owned it. The sign, hand-painted in a deep slate grey with clean white lettering, stated it plainly. Inside, the space was a reflection of the new calibration of my life, clean, purposeful, with warmth in the details. Exposed brick, concrete countertops I'd sealed myself. A long display case, empty and gleaming. Open shelving holding minimalist ceramic plates. A single communal table of reclaimed wood. And at the back, visible through a large pass-through window, the heart of it all, my kitchen. Stainless steel. Orderly. Brutal. And beautiful. There was no grand plan for the day. I had no marketing budget. No social media blitz. I'd listed the opening in a few local neighborhood guides. I had told my parents. I had told Sarah, who'd sent a wreath of dried citrus and eucalyptus that now hung on the door. I had not told anyone from my old life. This was a fresh ledger. My menu was small. A tight edit of things I loved to make and believed I could perfect. Brown butter sea salt shortbread. Blood orange thyme curd tarts. Honey rye financiers. Lemon rosemary sables. And the centerpiece. The only item that required a fork and a plate, the deconstructed orange tart. It wasn't on the printed menu. It was written on a small chalkboard behind the counter. Described in the same words from my graduation project proposal. It was my test. If someone ordered it, they were either adventurous or they knew. Either was fine. I turned on the lights. The espresso machine. A terrifyingly expensive Italian beast I'd bought used. Gurgled to life. The smell of good coffee and the faint, ever-present scent of vanilla and citrus that had seeped into the walls during my all-night baking sessions filled the space. I was alone. I had hired a college student, Chloe, to help on weekends. But for today, the first day, I wanted to be the only one here. To feel every part of it. At 7:30, the door jingled. Anya Sharma, the Globe reporter, walked in. Her sharp eyes taking in everything. She wore a leather jacket and a slight smile. "So this is it," she said. "The Phoenix. Risen. With excellent branding. Anya, I didn't expect you. I have a nose for stories. And for good pastries. This is a better angle than Victim Fights Back. Victim Opens Chic Bakery is much more uplifting. Mind if I do a follow-up? Human interest piece?" I hesitated. The lawsuit felt like a scar now, visible. But closed. I didn't want to pick at it. I'd rather just bake. To be honest. She nodded. Understanding. Fair enough. Then I'll be a customer. Give me one of everything. And a large coffee. Black. She paid. Took her box. And left with a wave. Good luck. Ada. I have a feeling you won't need it. The morning passed in a quiet, steady trickle. A young couple with a stroller. An older man with a newspaper who complimented the sables. A group of women in yoga clothes who oohed over the financiers. No one ordered the tart. I didn't mind. I made lattes. I wrapped pastries in crisp white paper. I ran the credit card machine. The simple, repetitive transactions were a kind of poetry. An even exchange. Value for value. No hidden terms. Just after noon, a delivery man arrived with a massive, stunning arrangement of white orchids and twisting birch branches. It was elegant, severe, and wildly expensive. My heart stuttered for a ridiculous second before I found the card. For your grand opening. A first installment on a future of excellent pastries. Wishing you every success. Leo. The architect. The quiet, observant man who had been coming to the soft opening pop-ups I'd done at a local coffee shop for the last 3 months. He always ordered a black coffee and whatever was most complex. Eating slowly. Analyzing the texture. He'd left his card after the second pop-up. Leo Vass. Vass Design Architecture. I like what you're doing with the light in this place. If you ever need help with your own. I'd texted him a thank you. We'd gone for a drink. 1 drink had turned into 3. Had turned into a walk along the river. Had turned into him showing me, on his tablet, designs for maximizing natural light in small retail spaces. It was slow. It was careful. It was about things we could see and touch, design, flavor, light. I placed the arrangement on the communal table. It looked like it belonged there. The door jingled more frequently as the afternoon wore on. I was running low on curd tarts. My feet ached. A good ache. Then, at 3 p.m., he walked in. I was in the back, pulling a fresh tray of shortbread from the oven. I looked up through the pass-through window and saw him. He stood just inside the door, letting it close softly behind him. His gaze traveling over the brick, the shelves, the display case now half empty. He wore a simple grey sweater and jeans. He looked ordinary, thinner. The sharp, performing handsomeness was gone, sanded down into something quieter, almost weary. It was Ethan. The world did not tilt. The floor did not fall away. My breath caught. But it was the shock of seeing a wild animal in an unexpected place. Not a heart attack. I set the tray on the cooling rack. I wiped my hands on my apron. A plain black one with no logo. I walked out to the front. We looked at each other across the width of the shop. The bell's echo seemed to hang in the air between us. He looked at the space. At the orchids. At the chalkboard menu. Finally at me. His eyes held no rage. No pleading. No performance. Just a hollowed-out recognition. Ada, he said. His voice was softer. Flatter. Ethan. I didn't move from behind the counter. A fortress of polished concrete. You're a long way from Toronto. A ghost of a smile. Bitter and fleeting. Touched his lips. Not anymore. I'm back. In the States. For a visit. My mother, she's not well. Not that you care. He shook his head, as if dispelling the implied accusation. I saw the article. The old one. It mentioned you were opening a place. I looked it up. I wanted to see it. See what? My voice was calm. Empty. I felt nothing looking at him. He was a photograph I'd already burned. That it was real. That you landed on your feet. He gestured vaguely at the shop. It's nice. It's very you. Simple. Precise. The backhanded compliment. Probably unconscious. Was so perfectly him. I didn't rise to it. Was there something you wanted? I have customers to serve. There were no other customers. He took a step closer. I didn't retreat. I'm sorry, he said. The words were bald. Unadorned. They lacked the theatrical weight of his email. They sounded like something he'd practiced and now had to say. A line in a play he was tired of. I'm sorry for what I did. For all of it. It was wrong. I was wrong. I waited. Was there more? An explanation? A justification? He just stood there. His hands in his pockets. Looking at the floor. Okay. I said. He looked up. Surprised by the neutrality. Okay. You're sorry. I heard you. Thank you for the apology. It was what Maya had coached me to say in mediation if an apology ever came. Thank you for the apology. It acknowledged the words without accepting their weight. Without offering forgiveness. He seemed deflated. As if he'd expected. What? Tears. Anger. A scene. This quiet. Transactional acceptance was worse. I lost everything. You know, he said. And the self-pity crept back in. A familiar, tinny note. The job. The house. The visa. My reputation. Everything I built. I know. I said. I read the notices. Was it worth it? The question was out before he could stop it. Raw and genuine. All of that. For a bakery? I looked at him. Really looked. I saw the faint lines of disappointment around his eyes. The slump of shoulders that had once carried the world. I saw the ghost of the man I'd loved. And the stranger he'd always been beneath. The last of the old. Tender wound. The one that had ached in the Seattle rain. Finally scarred over. Hard and smooth. It's not a bakery. Ethan. I said. My voice quiet. It's my life. And yes. It was worth every penny. He flinched. The truth of it. The finality. Hit him. He had been a cost. A line item. Paid in full. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Nodded once. A short. Sharp jerk of his head. He turned and left. The bell jingled. He didn't look back. I stood there for a full minute, listening to the hum of the refrigerator, the faint drip of the espresso machine. I felt nothing. And then, a profound, deep clearing breath. The last ghost had been seen, acknowledged, and shown the door. The air in the shop felt cleaner. I went back to the kitchen. I took the last of the blood orange curd from the fridge. I took a pre-baked shell. I filled it. I sliced a fresh blood orange into impossibly thin, translucent supremes. I arranged them on the curd. I grated a twist of lime zest over the top. I didn't write a label. I placed it on a small plate, took a fork, and went to sit at the communal table, next to Leo's orchids. I took a bite. The crust shattered. Rich and saline. The curd was sharp, bracing, with a bitter edge that gave way to profound sweetness. The fresh orange burst with bright juice. It was complex. It was balanced. It was good. The door jingled again. I looked up. It was Leo. He saw me sitting alone with the tart, and his eyebrows lifted in a question. "Slow afternoon," he asked. "Walking over. Just had a visit from the past," I said, pushing the plate toward him. "Try this." He sat, took the fork, took a bite. He chewed slowly, his eyes closed. He was a man who took tasting seriously. He opened his eyes. "That's incredible. The salt in the crust with the bitterness in the curd. It's brave. It's the deconstructed one. From the board." "I know," he said. "I've been wanting to try it since I walked in. But I was waiting for the right moment." He took another bite. "So, the past. Did it settle its account?" I looked at him. His gaze was steady, kind, without pity. He knew the broad strokes. Over that third drink, I'd told him. My ex. It was a long story. Financially complicated. It ended in court. He'd nodded, sipped his whiskey, and said, "My ex-business partner ran off with the client list and the proprietary designs for a sustainable community hub I'd spent 2 years on. Sold them to a cut-rate developer. I get it. The cost of trust. It wasn't the same. Not nearly. But it was a language we both understood. Betrayal. It did." I said. "I think it's finally completely closed." "Good." He finished the last bite of tart. "Then we should celebrate. A proper dinner. My treat. Unless you're sick of food." I looked around my shop. The light was shifting. The late afternoon sun painting the brick wall in stripes of gold. The case was nearly empty. The first day was almost done. I had survived it. More than survived. "I'm not sick of food," I said. "But I might need to change my shoes." He smiled. It was a good smile. Warm. Reaching his eyes. "I'll wait." Later that night, after a simple, perfect meal of handmade pasta at a tiny place in the North End he knew, we walked back toward my apartment. The air was crisp. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A notification from my banking app. A wire transfer. From my parents. The memo line read, "For the chairs. Love. Mom, Dad." I'd sent them money a month ago. Not for a bill. Not for an emergency. For 2 absurdly comfortable massage chairs I'd seen online. My father's back was bad. My mother had always wanted one. I'd sent a note, a gift. For no reason. Just because I can. I showed Leo the notification. My parents. I sent them money for massage chairs. He looked at the amount. Whistled softly. "That's some serious chairs." "It's not about the chairs," I said, putting the phone away. "It's about the for no reason." He slipped his hand into mine. His fingers were warm. Solid. "I know," he said simply. When I got home, the apartment was quiet. It was the same apartment. But it wasn't. I'd painted the walls a warm white. I'd bought a real rug. My professional knives stood in a block on the counter. The fireproof box was in a storage unit, along with the binders. The evidence folder was scanned, encrypted, and saved on a drive I rarely looked at. I got ready for bed. As I did, a news alert flashed on the muted TV I'd left on for background noise. It was a business update. A ticker at the bottom read, "SEC settles with Ethereum biotech. Former board member Charles Chen. Multimillion-dollar penalty. No admission of wrongdoing." I watched for a moment. A stern-looking man in a suit I recognized as David Chen was walking into a building, surrounded by reporters. Saying nothing. The chapter was closing for everyone. In different ways. I changed the channel. A cooking competition came on. I left it. The familiar, frantic energy, a comforting white noise. I got into bed. I opened the notebook I kept on my nightstand. It was a new one. Leather-bound. A gift to myself. The first page was no longer a budget or a timeline. It was a list of ideas. Lavender white chocolate shortbread. Pear cardamom galette. Brown butter pumpkin cake with maple frosting. And at the bottom of the page, a note, investment in self, bakery fit-out first-year operating capital. I closed the notebook. I turned off the light. In the dark, I waited for the old dream, the rolling oranges, the echoing supermarket, the feeling of free fall. It didn't come. Instead, I thought about the texture of the curd, the sound of Leo's laugh, the weight of a good chef's knife in my hand. I thought about the jingle of the bell. Outside, a gentle, steady rain began to fall, washing the Boston streets clean. I listened to its patter against the window, a soothing, anonymous rhythm. It was just rain. It wasn't an ending, or a beginning. It was just the weather. And I was, finally, just a woman in her own bed, in her own life, tired from her first day of work, thinking about what to bake tomorrow.